Chapter 1188. In this world, only in that place would such an earth-shattering genius appear, which was why Meng Hongliang had panicked so much at the last moment. He had heard that the people there were indifferent and ruthless, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. At the very least, this guy named Yang Kai was quite good. It seemed that rumors really couldn't be trusted. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about the brilliant fire crystal essence, and Huang Shiran didn't ask, the two of them having a tacit understanding. For Huang Shiran, being able to get his revenge was already good enough. So how could he ask Yang Kai for the brilliant fire crystal essence? After all, it could already be considered the other party's spoils of war. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, Huang Shiran hurriedly picked up the few space rings scattered on the ground, took out the saint crystals and pills inside, and quickly left the place, preparing to find a secluded place to heal himself and see if he could contact his fellow sect brothers to help protect him. 5 days later, Yang Kai passed through the flame area and suddenly came to a place where the world energy was extremely rich. This place didn't have the ubiquitous heat of the flame area, nor did it have the fire poison that constantly invaded one's body. Looking around, there was lush greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. This place was simply like a paradise. The treasure area. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that he had finally passed through the first layer's flame area and arrived at the second layer's treasure area. The Lu Yin Desert was really strange. Each layer of territory was distinctly different from the other, but at the intersection of each territory, the flame area and treasure area were perfectly separated. The heat and fire poison were unable to penetrate this place at all. Since separating from Huang Shiran of Extreme Path Sect, Yang Kai had been on the move for the past 5 days. As Yang Kai moved deeper in, he also encountered several cultivators from various forces. These cultivators were in groups and did nothing else but search for fire spirit beasts in the flame area, as well as looking for fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Of course, if there were precious ores like brilliant fire crystals, it would be even better. Basically, most of the cultivators from the major forces who entered this place would stay in the flame area to do this kind of thing, while the rest would enter the treasure area to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Those who were qualified to enter were the elites of their respective sects. It didn't seem very fair. Those with low strength and poor aptitude were fighting outside while those with high strength and good aptitude were peacefully searching for treasures. However, this was how the world worked. The higher the aptitude and strength of a person, the better the treatment they would receive. This was the same principle as the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. If he wanted to get good resources, he had to increase his strength first. Yang Kai's journey was peaceful, and he didn't encounter anyone like Meng Hongliang who liked to cause trouble. Except for the strange looks that the cultivator gave him, everything else was fine. When the cultivator saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was low and that he was walking alone in the flame area, they simply thought that this guy didn't know the difference between life and death. Most of them just wanted to watch a good show, but there was a delicate woman that Yang Kai didn't know who ran over and advised him to turn back and not seek his own death. Yang Kai casually replied with a few perfunctory words. Seeing that Yang Kai insisted on going deeper, the woman no longer wasted her breath and just shook her head and sighed, thinking that there really were fools who didn't care about their own lives in this world. Originally, the flame area should have been completed in about 10 days, but because of the delay of the Strange Valley and the bewildering array, it took Yang Kai about a month to complete. By now, many people must have entered the treasure area, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Releasing his divine sense, he calmly began searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Wei Gucheng had said that although there was no fire spirit beast in the treasure area, there were many monster beasts here, so Yang Kai still had to pay attention. For a few days, Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone. His harvest wasn't great, and he didn't know if it was because others had beaten him to it, or because this place was simply like this. But after so many days, Yang Kai's expectations for this place had gradually decreased. Moreover, he had seen the bountiful resources of the floating continent. The floating continent was a place rich in resources. There were spirit grasses and spirit medicines everywhere, with countless origin grade and origin king grade ones. Most of the herbs harvested in the treasure area were Saint King grade mid-high rank, with a small number of origin grade herbs. Such a harvest would be huge for anyone else, but Yang Kai didn't care. He hadn't been able to find the herbs he was looking for. After Lu Yin closed the sandfield, Yang Kai wanted to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to enhance their strength. After all, Wu Yi and Yu Feng's strength was too low. On this day, Yang Kai was walking when he suddenly sniffed the air with a strange expression. He smelled a familiar scent, a very special one that carried a faint bitterness to it. The smell of emerald silkgrass. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Emerald silkgrass was one of the purposes of his trip. It wasn't that emerald silkgrass didn't exist on Shadowed Star, but once it appeared, it would be snatched up by all the great forces because it was the main ingredient for refining origin condensing pills. Although the highest grade of alchemist on Shadowed Star was origin grade low rank, they could still attempt to refine origin condensing pills. Out of 10 batches of pills, they might be able to refine a single batch, which meant there was a high chance of producing an origin returning realm master. It was for this reason that emerald silkgrass was one of the most sought-after herbs on the market. If Yang Kai wanted one, he could only pin his hopes on this trip to Lu Yan's sandfield. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually discover something. This faint bitterness could only be emitted by emerald silkgrass, and judging from the richness of this aura, there seemed to be a lot of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for their medicinal fragrance to spread so far. Yang Kai was so excited that he didn't even need to use his divine sense to quickly follow the source of this medicinal fragrance. After about half an hour, Yang Kai finally arrived at his destination. He didn't rush to collect the emerald silkgrass, but instead concealed his aura and looked around. Because he knew that where emerald silkgrass grew, there was a high chance that there would be several special monster beasts. Yang Kai decided to first see if there were any traces of a monster beast here. Looking over there, Kai Yang's heart began to beat wildly, unable to contain his joy. Because in this large area, there were actually more than a dozen green grasses with 7 small leaves. Having 7 leaves meant that these emerald silk grasses were at least 500 years old and were fully mature herbs. In Yang Kai's hands, they were equivalent to more than a dozen origin condensing pills. Not far from these dozen emerald silk grasses, there was also a human-sized hole in the ground. This hole faintly exuded a fishy smell, and there were some slimy marks at the entrance of this hole. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood what the monster beast accompanying these emerald silk grasses was. Silver-horned lightning python. The silver-horned lightning python was a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. When it grew to its peak, it could transform into a flood dragon, a 9th order monster beast. Moreover, the silver-horned lightning python liked the bitter smell of emerald silk grasses, so it chose to live here. Yang Kai had obtained this information from the ancient books given to him by Rainfall Stars Zong Ao. Otherwise, he would not have known so much about the herbs that existed in Rainfall Stars territory. Whether it was a 7th order monster beast or an 8th order monster beast, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. He believed that after collecting these emerald silk grasses, he could quickly leave. Sweeping the hole with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately noticed that there were 2 silver-horned lightning pythons inside, both of which had reached the 8th order. These 2 monster beasts had lived here for who knows how many years, so it was not surprising that they had reached the 8th order. However, what made Yang Kai a little concerned was that he was not the only one here. There were 2 other cultivators who had arrived before him. The other 2 obviously knew that there was an existence in the hole that was not to be trifled with. So even if they had arrived before Yang Kai, they did not dare act rashly, seemingly discussing how to collect these emerald silk grasses. The best way was naturally for one person to lure the snake out of its hole, while the other would be responsible for collecting the emerald silk grasses. However, both of them were only 2nd order Saint Kings, so facing one silver-horned lightning python wasn't a big deal. If they couldn't win, they could still run, but if they had to deal with 2 at the same time, it would be extremely dangerous. Neither of them was willing to take such a risk, so they hesitated. But before they could come to a conclusion, they saw a man in black robes walk out from nearby and quickly approach the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. Both of them were stunned for a moment before realizing that someone was trying to steal their treasures. The man in black robes didn't seem to realize the potential crisis at all, a joyful smile still hanging on his face. After being stunned for a moment, the 2 could no longer hold back. regardless of whether this person could collect the emerald silk grasses or not. Once he stepped forward and alerted the snake, with their strength, they would never be able to obtain them again. Hurriedly, both of them rushed out. Yang Kai frowned, but after noticing the movements of these two, he increased his speed and arrived in front of the dozen or so emerald silk grasses in an instant. Gathering the dozen or so emerald silk grasses into his hand, Yang Kai threw them directly into his space ring. Only then did the two silver-horned lightning pythons in the hole in front of him become alarmed, and a blue arc of lightning suddenly shot out from the hole towards Yang Kai's abdomen. At the same time, a table-sized python head poked out of the cave. Its two triangular eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai as it flicked its forked tongue, and a single silver horn on its head exuded an incomparably dense lightning attribute aura. With a rumble, the huge body of the silver-horned lightning python crawled out of the hole, causing the ground to shake. Yang Kai's action of collecting the emerald silk grasses had obviously angered it. Not only that, but the other silver-horned lightning python also ran out. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he avoided the first bolt of lightning, but just as he was about to flee, he heard an anxious shout, "If you don't want to die, leave the emerald silk grasses behind." As soon as these words fell, St. Chi surged and a majestic tiger head appeared, baring its fangs as it pounced towards Yang Kai. How could he give away something he had already obtained? Yang Kai knew that these two were a little anxious, otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed out so hastily. His figure flickered again, and he easily avoided the tiger head's attack. The tiger head coincidentally attacked the second silver-horned lightning python that had run out of the hole. With a loud roar, this silver-horned lightning python's body flashed with lightning. Although it wasn't injured, it was angered by this attack. Chapter 1189. With a crackling sound, a black ball of lightning appeared on the horn of the second enraged silver-horned lightning python. With a flick of its head, the black ball of lightning shot straight towards the two cultivators at an incredible speed. One of the cultivators' expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged, while the other seemed to have focused most of his attention on Yang Kai, who was trying to escape, so he was unable to avoid the ball of lightning and was instantly enveloped by it. With a crackling sound, the cultivator's body twitched as his hair stood on end. Panicking, he hurriedly circulated his St. Chi to resist the electric current that was invading his body. However, a huge whip shadow struck him head-on, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. Enveloped by the electric current, the cultivator's body was paralyzed for a moment, making it impossible for him to effectively dodge. He was directly struck by the whip shadow and was sent flying several dozen meters. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. This martial artist's body was caved in by a large margin, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. An abnormal flush appeared on his face. It was only now that he could clearly see that what had attacked him wasn't a whip shadow, but the silver-horned lightning python's tail. After landing on the ground, the cultivator's body twitched a few times before he managed to stand up, but he staggered and fell down again before finally stopping moving. Struck by an 8th-order monster beast's lightning attack, coupled with a heavy tail whip strike, this second-order St. King cultivator only managed to survive for a moment before dying. The remaining cultivator's expression changed drastically, never having expected such an outcome. In his plan, he had first launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai and snatched the space ring from Yang Kai's hand. Then, while the silver-horned lightning python was attacking Yang Kai, he and his companions could easily retreat without encountering any danger. However, reality was very different from what he had expected. Yang Kai was unscathed while his companion had been killed on the spot. Now, he had no time to find trouble with Yang Kai because, like Yang Kai, he was also entangled by one of the silver-horned lightning pythons. A second-order Saint King facing an 8th-order monster beast was barely enough to survive, so he didn't dare to continue fighting. Quickly retreating, he took the silver-horned lightning python and left Yang Kai's line of sight. However, before he left, the resentful look he gave Yang Kai let him know that this enmity had been inexplicably planted on his head. The other party had launched a sneak attack first, trying to kill him and steal his treasures, and now they held a grudge against him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let them go. What's more, if he let them escape, he would definitely be in trouble. Once news of the emerald silk grass spread, it would inevitably attract people's attention. This wasn't a good place to silence people. The silver-horned lightning python was extremely difficult to deal with, and Yang Kai found that his demonic flame didn't cause much damage to it. Its tough skin was simply impervious to fire and water, and it even looked like it was covered in scales. This was a peak 8th Order monster beast that was on the verge of evolving into a 9th Order flood dragon. As long as it was given a dozen years, it would definitely succeed. On top of that, this silver-horned lightning python seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. Not only could it use the thunder attribute divine technique, but it could also spit out a green poisonous mist from its mouth, giving Yang Kai a headache. It would take a lot of effort to kill it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before giving up on the idea of killing it. Killing such a monster beast would only net him an 8th Order monster core and some artifact refining materials. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Yang Kai was in a hurry to silence it. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately took the initiative to leave the battlefield and chase in the direction the cultivator fled, soon shaking off the silver-horned lightning python that had been tailing him. Halfway through, Yang Kai saw the other silver-horned lightning python that had chased after him return to the cave. He immediately knew that the other cultivator, like himself, should have escaped from this difficult opponent. Inside a jungle, a second-order Saint King cultivator leaned against a large tree, releasing his divine sense as he panted heavily, cursing under his breath as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He could have obtained a dozen or so emerald silk grasses, but the heavens didn't let him. Now, not only had he failed to collect the herbs, his companion had also died. He completely hated Yang Kai in his heart and felt that the reason he had encountered such a situation was all because of Yang Kai. If this person hadn't appeared out of nowhere and acted rashly, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? A dozen or so emerald silk grasses. If he had been able to bring them out safely and hand them over to the elders of his sect, he would have definitely received a huge reward. But now, there was nothing left. He couldn't let this go. No matter what, he had to take the emerald silk grasses back from that person. Taking out his communication artifact from his space ring, he poured his divine sense into it and was about to inform his fellow sect brothers about what had just happened when a cold, hot, righteous, and evil aura suddenly descended from the sky. He raised his head in a daze, only to see a gigantic pitch-black palm ruthlessly slapping down at him. With a scream, he immediately pushed his defensive artifact and leapt out, crossing several dozen meters in an instant, narrowly avoiding the attack of the huge palm. Someone had attacked him. The cultivator was frightened out of his wits. He had already spread out his divine sense, but he still couldn't find any trace of this person. This meant that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, but what kind of person would attack him? In the next moment, he understood. A dark flame enveloped him, and he stared at Yang Kai, who was walking over from not far away, exclaiming in horror, "It's you." The demonic flames wrapped around his body, but he didn't have the hard skin of the silver-horned lightning python, so he was unable to resist them and was instantly reduced to ashes. His space ring fell to the ground along with a compass artifact. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this compass artifact, he knew that his guess was right. The other party had been preparing to contact his companions as soon as he escaped from the silver-horned lightning python. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of trouble. Bending down, Yang Kai picked up the space ring and checked its contents. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with Saint crystals and pills. In addition, there were a few Saint King-grade high-rank herbs and a few bean-sized fire crystal stones. It seemed that this was the harvest he had obtained along the way. Casually taking these things for himself, Kai Yang then picked up the compass artifact. Just as he was about to throw it into his space ring, a divine sense fluctuation came from the compass artifact. Someone was sending a message. Yang Kai was startled, wondering if he had come too late. Had the other party already contacted someone else? Frowning, Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, and after a brief investigation, his expression became strange. Someone was indeed sending a message, but it wasn't because of what had just happened. Instead, it was because the cultivator's companions were gathering people, seemingly having found some incredible treasure. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, he had just killed someone else's people, so there was no reason for him to contact these people. But in this divine sense message, the words soul-cleansing divine water were mentioned. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. When he was on Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao had read a lot of ancient books, not only information about herbs and pill recipes, but also many other secrets. Soul-cleansing divine water was one of them. This kind of treasure was not a naturally occurring treasure, but was instead born due to some coincidental opportunities. For soul-cleansing divine water to be born, 3 conditions must be met. First, the world energy aura must be extremely rich, preferably above an earth vein or spirit spring. Second, an Origin King Realm Master must have died here. Third, after the death of the Origin King Realm Master, their spiritual energy must not dissipate but instead perfectly integrate with the earth vein or spirit spring. Only then would there be a slim chance of producing soul-cleansing divine water. Of these conditions, the third one was the most difficult to achieve, because no matter how strong a cultivator was, once they died, their spiritual energy would overflow their body and quickly dissipate from the world. This was something no one could avoid. However, there were some exceptions. For example, the soul-warming lotus had the function of preserving spiritual energy. When Yang Kai obtained the soul-warming lotus, it was surrounded by a huge amount of spiritual energy because the soul-warming lotus itself had the function of preserving spiritual energy. If Yang Kai accidentally died, the same would happen. His spiritual energy would not dissipate, but instead be preserved by the soul-warming lotus. The birth of soul-cleansing divine water was one of these exceptions. A person's spiritual energy contained their life experiences and memories, so no one dared to devour it at will. Yang Kai had to use his demon eye of annihilation to purify it before he could do so. But soul-cleansing divine water was different. It was a mixture of spiritual energy and a huge amount of world energy, and was only born because of certain conditions. It did not contain the memories or life experiences of the deceased master. It could be said that these impurities had been wiped out by the countless years of the flowing time great emperor. Soul-cleansing divine water could not only rapidly improve a cultivator's spiritual energy, but if one was lucky enough to meditate in soul-cleansing divine water, they might even be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin King Realm cultivator. Of course, the chances of this happening were even lower than the chances of soul-cleansing divine water being born. Zhong Ao's ancient book had recorded this, but soul-cleansing divine water was simply too rare. An Origin King Realm cultivator was already a peak master within the star territory and had a long lifespan. How could one die casually, especially in a place with rich world energy? As such, Zhong Ao had only heard about it and had never had a chance to see it. What surprised Yang Kai was not that soul-cleansing divine water was actually here, but rather that Yang Kai was surprised by one of the conditions for its birth. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, didn't that mean that an Origin King Realm Master had once died on Shadowed Star? Since there had been Origin Kings before, why were there none now? The overall low level of alchemy and artifact refining on Shadowed Star was also a strange phenomenon. While Yang Kai was contemplating this, the compass artifact in his hand was constantly sending out divine sense messages to the cultivator. Many people were inquiring about this in surprise while quickly gathering towards a certain place. Should I go take a look? Yang Kai frowned. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, it was worth seeing. But if it wasn't, there seemed to be no loss. At most, it would just be a waste of time. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. While secretly paying attention to the messages from the compass artifact, he rushed towards the location indicated by the cultivator. Chapter 1190. It took Yang Kai some time to determine the location, but fortunately, the location of the soul-cleansing divine water wasn't too far from where he was. Otherwise, the communication artifact wouldn't have responded. When Yang Kai finally arrived, he discovered that it was actually a stalactite cave. The entrance to this cave was pitch black and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see what was inside with his naked eye and couldn't extend his divine sense very far. The soul-cleansing divine water is in this place. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, a group of 3 people quickly approached from the side. Yang Kai glanced around casually and was stunned because he found that two of these three were wearing the same robes as the cultivator who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. In other words, this group of three belonged to the same force as the two who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. Yang Kai secretly paid attention to them and immediately knew what kind of force they belonged to. It was actually Heaven Battling Union. Because of this group of three, the one leading them was none other than the extremely arrogant Chu Changfeng. Heaven Battling Union's entrance to the Lu Yin Sandfield was not the same as the one in the Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai had passed through the flame area, he hadn't met anyone from Heaven Battling Union. But now that he had entered the treasure area, it seemed that everyone would gradually have a chance to meet. After all, the deeper one went into the Lu Yin Sandfield, the less space there was to move around. At this moment, Chu Changfeng's face was filled with excitement and ecstasy as he led his two fellow disciples towards this place. Obviously, he had also received a divine sense message and couldn't wait to investigate. Soul-cleansing divine water was a huge attraction to anyone, not just a Saint King realm cultivator, but even origin-returning realm and origin kings could benefit from it. Unfortunately, those who could enter the Lu Yin Sandfield were only Saint Kings. Otherwise, Saint Kings would never have been able to enjoy such a treasure. Concerned about the soul-cleansing divine water, Chu Changfeng didn't seem to have any intention of looking for trouble with Yang Kai, simply shooting him a glance before rushing into the stalactite cave. After his figure disappeared, another 2 to 3 cultivator rushed over from different directions. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and followed Chu Changfeng into the cave. The treasure was right in front of him. If he was fast, he would get it. If he was slow, he would get nothing. How could Yang Kai fall behind? There were countless cone-shaped stalactites hanging above the cave. They were pinkish-white in color. The air in the cave was clear, and the spirit energy was extremely dense. It seemed that there was some kind of spirit source hidden inside the cave. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai nodded inwardly. Of the several conditions for the birth of the soul-cleansing divine water, this place should have fulfilled the first one. The world energy here was indeed rich, and this was only the periphery. If they went deeper, the world energy density would only increase. The stone cave was completely silent. Only a few drops of water dripped from the ceiling, making a light dripping sound. Yang Kai went all the way in. The further he went, the denser the spirit chi became. After walking for a full incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly rushed into a huge stone room. Looking around, Yang Kai's expression froze. There were a lot of people gathered in the stone room at this time, at least 20 of them. Chu Changfeng was among them, and at this moment, he was staring greedily at a certain spot. Beside him were 5 Saint King realm cultivators. These people were naturally cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. In addition to the 6 cultivators from Heaven Battling Union, the remaining dozen or so people were divided into 4 groups, each of which only had 3 to 5 people. There was even a man with a chiseled face and a resolute expression who, like Kai Yang, stood there alone, looking like he was all alone. However, when Yang Kai saw this person, he inexplicably felt a sense of danger. This guy was not weak, at least a third-order Saint King. Yang Kai had always been able to kill enemies above his realm. He had even killed a few third-order Saint Kings before. Ordinary third-order Saint Kings would not give him such a feeling. Being able to make him feel a sense of danger meant this person was very powerful. When facing Chu Changfeng and Feng Tianzhong, Yang Kai did not feel this way. Who was this person? Sure enough, after Chu Changfeng withdrew his greedy gaze and saw this person, his brow could not help furrowing slightly as a trace of dread and annoyance flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. He had experienced Chu Changfeng's arrogance and disdain for others. He didn't even put Feng Tianzhong in his eyes. So what was the background of this chiseled face and resolute expression that could make Chu Changfeng show such an expression? Just as he was thinking this, Chu Changfeng suddenly cast his gaze over, a trace of anger flashing across his eyes, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself, daring to come here alone with just a first-order Saint King realm cultivation. According to Chu Changfeng's character, he would definitely clear this place at this moment, and Yang Kai was his primary target. After all, who didn't want to monopolize such a good thing? But after some thought, Chu Changfeng's anger and unwillingness gradually subsided. Seeing that Chu Changfeng had no intention of finding trouble with him, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the front, wanting to see if the soul-cleansing divine water really existed. At the place where everyone's eyes gathered, there was a pool. This pool was less than 200 meters wide and was overflowing with golden water. This pool was extremely thick and gave off a soul-cleansing charm. All the cultivators standing next to the pool were enveloped by this aura and felt refreshed. Several of them even showed joyful and thoughtful expressions. Obviously, they had made some breakthroughs in their divine senses and cultivations. Is this really soul-cleansing divine water? Yang Kai's brow twitched. Feeling the power of this pool of water, Yang Kai immediately determined that this was indeed the legendary soul-cleansing divine water. But what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this soul-cleansing divine water was golden in color. According to Zhong Ao's ancient book, soul-cleansing divine water was generally milky white. But if the quality was good enough and it was stored for a long enough time, it might turn silver. Golden soul-cleansing divine water had never been recorded in Zhong Ao's ancient book, and it seemed that no one had ever had a chance to see it. Could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water here was better than the silver one? Was there some kind of problem? Yang Kai frowned as he thought to himself, turning his eyes to the others from time to time, wanting to see if they had any idea what was going on. But soon, Yang Kai was disappointed. The cultivators standing here only showed two kinds of expressions. One was a desire for the soul-cleansing divine water, while the other was a dread towards Chu Changfeng. Only the third-order Saint King with the chiseled face remained calm and unperturbed. These people obviously didn't know much about the soul-cleansing divine water, so trying to pry information from them was undoubtedly a mistake. With a treasure in front of them, no one could remain unmoved. However, the reason why no one was in a hurry to jump into the pool to cleanse their soul was because there was a layer of dazzling golden restriction above the pool. It was like a semicircular cover that enveloped the pool. Obviously, someone had tested the power of this barrier before, and before it was broken, no one could enter the pool. On the other side of the pool, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how long this skeleton had been dead, but even the armor-like artifact he wore had become dim and tattered. There was no space ring on his hand, so it was unknown whether it had been taken away in advance or never existed. This person must have been an Origin King before he died. Only when an Origin King Realm Master died here would their spiritual energy dissipate and combine with the spirit spring here to form the soul-cleansing divine water. When everyone looked at this skeleton, they couldn't help showing a look of pity, because an artifact armor worn by an Origin King Realm cultivator was definitely not low grade, possibly even more powerful than the highest grade artifacts on Shadowed Star. However, this artifact armor was clearly damaged and could no longer be used, so it was impossible to say how many years this Origin King Realm Master had been dead here. After Yang Kai entered, a dozen more people rushed in one after another, obviously all of them having received the news. Chu Changfeng's face became more and more gloomy, clearly dissatisfied that so many people had come to compete with him for this treasure. Even if he was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. There were already 7 or 8 cultivator forces gathered here, so even if Heaven Battling Union was tyrannical, Chu Changfeng couldn't afford to offend them all. What's more, there were only 8 cultivator forces gathered around him at this moment, so he couldn't afford to offend everyone present. Why haven't Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu come yet? They should be active around here. Logically speaking, they should have received the message long ago. Next to Chu Changfeng, a thin man whispered softly, glancing out of the cave from time to time, trying to see if Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu were coming. Although the strength of these two wasn't very high, if they could come, Heaven Battling Union's side would increase their strength, and when it came time to divide the treasures, they would naturally be able to take more advantages. But now, not only had they not come, they had also not responded to any of their messages. If they haven't come yet, then they won't be able to come, Chu Changfeng coldly snorted. The thin man's face changed as he understood the meaning behind Chu Changfeng's words. Indeed, if they could come, they would have already come. But now that they hadn't, it meant that they might have encountered some kind of accident. The treasure area was not a safe place, and there were many dangers lurking inside. However, None of them could have imagined that junior brother Fu and junior brother Lu had died at the hands of Yang Kai and the silver-horned lightning python's tail whip, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to come back. Seeing more and more people coming in, the cultivator who had come here earlier finally couldn't sit still. If they waited any longer, the situation would be bad. Once more people arrived, the benefits they could get would only decrease. From one of the 5-person teams, a blue-robed man suddenly walked out and cupped his fists to Chu Changfeng. "Young Master Chu, what do you think we should do now? Shouldn't we take some action?" He spoke politely and respectfully, as if he was following Chu Changfeng's lead because he knew better than anyone that the person with the highest status here was Chu Changfeng. Not only was he the #1 genius of Heaven Battling Union, he was also the strongest person here. How to deal with this soul-cleansing divine water had to be asked for his opinion first. Acting rashly would only arouse everyone's hostility. In this situation, the only way was for everyone to discuss a solution and then distribute the benefits. Chapter 1191. Yes, young Master Chu, more and more people are gathering here. If we continue to wait, I'm afraid a long night will bring many dreams. Immediately, someone chimed in, and the leaders of the 7 or 8 teams gathered here quickly expressed their approval for Chu Changfeng to come up with a plan. Chu Changfeng himself seemed to enjoy the feeling of being praised by so many people. Hearing this, his gloomy expression finally eased as he frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "Naturally, we need to act. As long as everyone works together to break this barrier, the soul-cleansing divine water will naturally be at our fingertips." We also have the same idea. Just now, this Mistress Junior brother tested the power of this barrier and found that although it has existed for a long time, it is extremely strong. I'm afraid 2 or 3 people won't be able to break it. Only by working together will we have a chance. A beautiful woman nodded with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Young Master Chu gives the order. Everyone should attack together. I don't believe that with so many people present, we can't break this barrier. A burly man with a full beard shouted as he took out a hammer artifact and gripped it tightly with both hands, seemingly waiting for Chu Changfeng to speak before taking the lead. Chu Changfeng smiled lightly, giving off a refreshing feeling. At this moment, he finally restored his previous elegant temperament and said lightly, "Breaking this barrier isn't a problem. It's only a matter of time before we obtain the soul-cleansing divine water, but before that, this Chu thinks we should discuss how to distribute it." Many people furrowed their brows when they heard what he said. The barrier hadn't been broken yet Chu Changfeng was already talking about distributing the benefits. Clearly, he was up to no good. However, they had no way to stop him. If they really angered Chu Changfeng, the consequences wouldn't be something they could afford. Heaven Battling Union had caused trouble for others more than once or twice, and many people who had offended them had ended up miserable. Then, young Master Chu, how do you think we should distribute this soul-cleansing divine water? The beautiful woman who spoke before smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes darting around as she asked this question, giving off a sense of charm. She wasn't trying to seduce Chu Changfeng. She knew that with her own ability, it was impossible to seduce a genius from Heaven Battling Union. She just wanted to show some goodwill so that Chu Changfeng would give her more benefits when the time came. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to her flirtatious charms as he already had a plan in mind. Sweeping his eyes across the crowd, he said, "There are friends from 8 great forces present, so this Chu suggests dividing this pool of divine water into 4 portions." 4 portions? The beautiful woman frowned slightly and forced a smile. "If we divide it into 4 parts, how should we divide it?" Chu Changfeng proudly declared, "My Heaven Battling Union won't take too much, only 1 share." Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief as they couldn't help feeling a little surprised that Chu Changfeng would be so magnanimous this time. In their imagination, Chu Changfeng would ask for half, but now he only asked for a quarter. He had to accept this. Who would be stupid enough to refuse? Everyone nodded vigorously. No one had any objections. They all looked like they had taken advantage of the situation. Seeing that all of them agreed to his proposal, Chu Changfeng was quite satisfied and his smile became even wider. "Then, young Master Chu, how should we divide the remaining 3 portions?" I'll have to trouble you to inform us so that when the barrier is broken, we won't be able to abide by the rules. We all live on Shadowed Star, so there's no need to quarrel over something as trivial as this. Someone else spoke up. This person's force had the fewest members, only 3. He knew he was alone, so he had let Chu Changfeng decide the distribution of the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, if they fought over it, they would only get less. As soon as this person spoke, many people glared at him fiercely. However, Chu Changfeng nodded without any trace of politeness. That's a good idea. If none of you have any objections, this Chu will also divide the remaining 3 portions. Although some people were reluctant, who would be stupid enough to stand up and question Chu Changfeng's status at this time? All of them could only pinch their noses and hope that Chu Changfeng wouldn't be too biased. After all, some of the forces here had good relations with Heaven Battling Union. Regardless of everyone's expression, Chu Changfeng just laughed and said, "Since that's the case, this Chu won't be polite. Of the remaining 3 portions, this friend will take 1. Does anyone have any objections?" To everyone's surprise, Chu Changfeng actually assigned the first portion to the male cultivator standing alone to the side, his face as sharp as a knife. "Ah!" Exclamations sounded as everyone stared at Chu Changfeng in amazement, then at the man, wondering what Chu Changfeng was trying to do. In their minds, Heaven Battling Union taking a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water was indisputable, but this man and Yang Kai were alone, so they had no ability or qualification to divide the treasures. They had long since subconsciously excluded these 2 people from the equation. Who knew that Chu Changfeng would suddenly give a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water to one of them, the same amount as Heaven Battling Union? Was there something fishy going on here? Many people began to wonder if Chu Changfeng was waiting for this man to take a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water before snatching it from him. However, if he really wanted to do this, the other First Order Saint King cultivator would undoubtedly be a better target. So why did Chu Changfeng specifically choose this Third Order Saint King? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? However, the other party didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew this would be the result, nodding slightly and saying lightly, "Good." He spoke matter-of-factly, without the slightest trace of embarrassment or flattery. This caused the faces of the leaders of the other forces to change slightly as they all frowned, seemingly thinking of something, but none of them refuted Chu Changfeng's allocation plan and simply acquiesced. At this moment, all of them turned to look at this man with a firm expression, their eyes filled with dread. Yang Kai frowned as he vaguely guessed the origins of this man, but he wasn't sure. After all, he hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and didn't know much about the customs here. Next, Chu Changfeng overstepped his authority and distributed the remaining half of the soul-cleansing divine water to the various great forces present. The principle of distribution was based on the number of people present. The more people who came, the more shares they would get. The fewer who came, the less shares they would get. This distribution was barely fair and didn't deliberately favor anyone. Even the beautiful woman who had been flirting with Chu Changfeng didn't receive any benefits, causing her to feel quite depressed, her pretty face becoming so cold it was as if a layer of frost could be scraped from it. Of all the people present, the only one who wasn't distributed was Yang Kai. No one was surprised because they had already excluded Yang Kai in their hearts, so it would be strange if Chu Changfeng really gave Yang Kai some of the soul-cleansing divine water. After the distribution of benefits was completed, many cultivator turned to look at Yang Kai, some ridiculing him, some mocking him, some sympathizing with him. Everyone's expressions varied, but no one showed any intention of standing up for him. Yang Kai stood in place with an indifferent expression and didn't say anything. He was also amused in his heart. He wasn't sure whether this golden pond water was soul-cleansing divine water or not before, so pinning his hopes on someone else was no different from hoping a pig could climb a tree. These people didn't understand soul-cleansing divine water at all. The barrier hadn't even been broken yet, but they had already discussed the distribution of benefits. Yang Kai wanted to see what they were going to use to take away this soul-cleansing divine water. Once the soul-cleansing divine water left the pool where it was born, the soul-cleansing divine water would immediately disappear. If they really took the soul-cleansing divine water out of the pool, they would only get a pile of spirit liquid instead of the soul-cleansing divine water. So no matter how extravagant Chu Changfeng's distribution was, no matter how these people tried to exclude him, Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. If these things couldn't be taken out of the pond, what was the point of a good distribution? In the end, they would still have to soak themselves in it. Once their distribution plan failed, the situation would become chaotic, and Yang Kai would be able to fish in troubled waters and fish for benefits. After the distribution of benefits was completed, everyone immediately began to attack the golden barrier covering the pond under Chu Changfeng's command. For a time, the light of various artifacts and martial skills filled the air, causing ripples to appear on the golden semicircular membrane covering the pond. In order to avoid any unexpected surprises, everyone put forth their full strength. As soon as they began fighting, everyone's strengths and weaknesses were immediately apparent. The strength of the third order Saint King cultivator was almost the same, but Chu Changfeng's performance was like a crane in a flock of chickens. The artifact he used was an origin-grade high-rank artifact, a bronze-colored long spear. Although he couldn't display the full power of this artifact with his third-order Saint King cultivation, every strike he made was powerful enough to cause the barrier around the semicircular membrane to tremble considerably. It was not surprising that Chu Changfeng had such ability. After all, he was a genius of Heaven Battling Union and enjoyed a great reputation on Shadowed Star, so it was normal for him to have such a powerful artifact. What was surprising, though, was the man with the firm expression. He didn't use any powerful artifact, simply wearing a pair of black gloves on his fists as he smashed down on the barrier. This light attack was no weaker than the one Chu Changfeng had made. Everyone confirmed their previous conjecture and understood why Chu Changfeng was willing to share a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water with this person. After figuring this out, everyone silently displayed the power of their artifacts and martial skills, no longer paying attention to this person. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, seemed to want to compete. He couldn't casually find this person to exchange pointers with, so he only wanted to suppress the other party in terms of attacking the barrier. The more Saint Chi he pushed, the bigger the commotion he created. However, no matter how Chu Changfeng pushed his Saint Chi, this person's attacks remained neither fast nor slow, as if he didn't put Chu Changfeng in his eyes at all. This made the genius disciple of Heaven Battling Union so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Punching out heavily but hitting nothing but cotton, this was the feeling of being frustrated. Chapter 1192. While everyone was cracking the barrier, Yang Kai didn't stay idle either and instead helped out. After all, he was going to reap the benefits later, so if he just stood by and watched, it would only give others an excuse to expel him. So, under everyone's surprised gazes, Yang Kai condensed his Saint Chi into a long sword, not daring to use his demonic flames, and calmly slashed at the golden barrier. Yang Kai's attack was neither strong nor weak, only capable of displaying the strength of a first-order Saint King cultivator. The others just thought he was bored and didn't pay any attention to him, but they all secretly shook their heads and sighed, thinking that no matter how hard this person tried, the soul-cleansing divine water wouldn't be available for him. So why bother making a fool of himself? If he really wanted to snatch it, anyone here would be able to kill him on the spot. The beautiful woman was standing beside Yang Kai, using an artifact that transformed into countless flaming birds that constantly flew towards the barrier, wearing it down. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai struggle and couldn't help trying to persuade him, "Little brother, don't fight. It's useless. If you have the time, it's better to leave this place and look around outside to see if you can find an opportunity of your own. You're just wasting time here. With your cultivation, it's not easy for you to break into the treasure area." She obviously thought that Yang Kai's luck had been off the charts all this time, allowing him to pass through the flame area and arrive at the second layer's treasure area. In her opinion, since Yang Kai had such luck, he should naturally make good use of it. Why waste time here? Since she was trying to persuade him out of goodwill, Yang Kai didn't say she was meddling in other people's business and simply smiled faintly, putting on a silly look. The beautiful woman saw how insistent he was and couldn't help her pretty face turning cold, feeling that he didn't know how to appreciate kindness and no longer paid any attention to him. At that moment, one of the cultivators suddenly shouted excitedly, "The barrier is about to break. Everyone put in more effort." As his voice fell, the entire golden semicircular membrane shook even more violently. Layer after layer of ripples spread out from the surface, layer after layer, as if someone had thrown countless stones into a calm lake. There was no need for Yang Kai to remind them, as everyone had already noticed the changes in the barrier. This barrier was indeed powerful. There were 30 to 40 Saint King realm elites from the various great forces present, but after attacking it for a stick of incense worth of time, they were barely able to break it. Moreover, this barrier itself had existed for countless years. If this barrier had been intact, no one would have been able to break it open no matter what they did. As the barrier began to crumble, everyone's eyes filled with joy as they increased the output of their Saint Chi. After half a cup of tea's time, along with a soft cracking sound, a small crack, a moment later, it disappeared. The moment the barrier, however, was broken, an invisible wave of energy spread out from the pool and swept everyone present. In an instant, everyone showed a look of shock and immediately became overjoyed. Because in this instant, everyone felt that their spiritual consciousness had some subtle changes. It seemed that the power of their spiritual consciousness had become a little stronger. Soul-cleansing divine water. It really lived up to its reputation. Excitement and anticipation filled everyone's faces. If it were any other time, everyone would have already rushed up to grab this treasure, but after all, everyone had just discussed how to divide up the benefits. So even if they were excited at this moment, they could still suppress their excitement and turn their eyes to Chu Changfeng. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng smiled lightly. Many thanks for everyone's hard work. We've finally broken this damned barrier. I hope everyone will continue to collect the soul-cleansing divine water in an orderly manner. If anyone dares to ruin what we've discussed before, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless. As he finished speaking, his expression became cold and gloomy. Everyone hurriedly said they wouldn't dare. Chu Changfeng was probably looking forward to someone not following the rules so he could have an excuse to kill them and take their share. Everyone present was an elite from one of the great forces, so how could they not understand what he was thinking? Naturally, they wouldn't comply with his wishes. A trace of hidden regret flashed across the depths of Chu Changfeng's eyes before he unceremoniously motioned to a male cultivator with disheveled hair next to him. Go! The cultivator nodded excitedly before rushing over to the pool, condensing his Saint Chi into the shape of a bowl before scooping up some of the soul-cleansing divine water from the pool and preparing to put it into the space ring he had prepared in advance. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow twitched as he felt his heart ache. Sure enough, the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had scooped up had undergone an astonishing transformation under everyone's watchful eyes. Originally, it was a golden liquid, but as soon as it left the pool, it immediately transformed into countless strands of golden energy that filled the sky. These strands of golden energy only lasted for 3 breaths of time in the air before suddenly dissipating. This scene caused everyone to be taken aback. Brother Chu, something's wrong? The cultivator responsible for scooping up the soul-cleansing divine water suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? After scooping it out, the effect of the soul-cleansing divine water seems to have disappeared. The cultivator pointed to the big bowl he had condensed with his Saint Chi with a sad face. What? Chu Changfeng was startled. Looking around, he saw that the soul-cleansing divine water in the bowl was no longer golden and thick like before, and had instead turned into a pool of clear spirit liquid. Although this spirit liquid was very good, even better than high-rank Saint crystals, how could it compare to the value of soul-cleansing divine water? How could this be? Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as he reached out and dipped a drop of spirit liquid from the big bowl of Saint Chi into his mouth, confirming that it was just spirit liquid and no longer had any soul-cleansing effect. Refusing to believe such nonsense, Chu Changfeng personally stepped forward and scooped up a handful of water from the golden pool. The exact same situation as before played out. When Chu Changfeng took the soul-cleansing divine water out of the pool, countless wisps of golden energy immediately flew up into the air and disappeared. Young Master Chu, could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water can't be taken away? Someone guessed. It's possible otherwise. Why would the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool be fine, but lose its effect once it is taken out? How could such a thing happen? I don't know. I've only heard that soul-cleansing divine water is one of the 3 great spirit liquids of the world, but I don't know how to collect it. I don't know either. 3 great spirit liquids? Yang Kai's brow rose as he listened. He didn't know what these 3 great spirit liquids were, but soul-cleansing divine water was undoubtedly one of them. Chu Changfeng's face was extremely ugly at the moment. Listening to everyone's noisy discussion, he could no longer maintain his gentle and refined temperament, his expression becoming fierce as he shouted, "If we can't take the soul-cleansing divine water away from here, how can we collect it?" The group of people was rendered speechless by this question. Just now, Chu Changfeng was responsible for dividing up the benefits and everyone had agreed to give him face. But now that the soul-cleansing divine water couldn't be taken away, the division just now was obviously a joke. Chu Changfeng was obviously a little angry because of this. So who would dare remind him at this time that they should all go in together? Chu Changfeng wasn't stupid. He must have thought of this himself. He just didn't want to say it out loud. The reason he didn't say it out loud was obviously because he wanted to redistribute the benefits. Others didn't dare to say anything, but the man who had always looked indifferent took the initiative to speak for the first time. It's very simple. Just go in and absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Saying so, ignoring everyone else, he leapt up and landed directly in the center of the pool. This pool was so thick that one's divine sense couldn't penetrate it, but it was clearly not deep because this man sat cross-legged in it, exposing his chest. Everyone was dumbfounded as they turned to look at Chu Changfeng. The cultivator who followed Chu Changfeng was even more furious, but even though they were angry, they didn't dare casually scold this cultivator for acting on his own accord. Chu Changfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his breathing was obviously heavy. Just now, when he was distributing the soul-cleansing divine water, he had scruples about the other party's identity and face, giving them a quarter each, but now, the other party didn't give him any face at all, making Chu Changfeng very angry. Even Fang Tianzhong couldn't ignore him like this. Chu Changfeng stared at the man with a gloomy face, but the other party didn't say anything, just closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, his expression faintly showing a hint of joy. It seemed that he was already absorbing the great benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. The other party had already taken the initiative. So many cultivators were anxious and couldn't wait for Chu Changfeng to speak. What's more, looking at Chu Changfeng's expression, it seemed he didn't dare to say anything. Many people secretly looked at each other and then jumped into the pool together. With someone taking the lead, naturally others would follow. Everyone was afraid of falling behind, so the scene suddenly became chaotic. Except for the few cultivators from Heaven Battling Union who didn't move, everyone else rushed into the pool. This pool wasn't small, more than enough to accommodate a few dozen people. Although there seemed to be a lot of soul-cleansing divine water, in fact, the medicinal efficacies it contained were only a part of it, so everyone who jumped in wanted to occupy an advantageous position. Naturally, the most advantageous position was in the middle. Among the dozen or so people who jumped in first, 5 or 6 of them landed in the middle. However, the indifferent man suddenly opened his eyes and swung his fists twice. With 2 punches, the air in the entire stone room seemed to have been sucked out, and the incomparably violent fist force sent the 5 or 6 people flying. They all spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and when they landed on the ground, their expressions were filled with shock and dispirited. They knew this man wasn't to be trifled with, but they didn't expect him to be so fierce. One against many, 2 simple punches had repelled all of them. Although there was some suspicion that this was a sneak attack, he had clearly shown mercy. No one doubted this. If he had really intended to kill, at least half of the 5 or 6 cultivators would have died. Anyone who comes within 3 meters of me will die. After throwing out 2 punches, he said indifferently before closing his eyes again. He wanted to monopolize the 3-meter area in the center. Chapter 1193. The indifferent man declared that he wanted to monopolize the surrounding 10 meters, his tone extremely overbearing. However, no one thought there was anything wrong with this. Even Chu Changfeng, after witnessing the power of the other party, was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but an inexplicable excitement surging in his heart. He had met many geniuses on Shadowed Star during this time, but no matter who they were, none gave him the same impulse to fight this indifferent man. Because Yang Kai didn't know if he could win against this person with his current means, he couldn't wait to test this uncertainty. However, now was not the time to find this person to fight. The soul-cleansing divine water was the most important thing right now. Yang Kai still had to move around Shadowed Star in the future, so sooner or later he would have a chance to compete with this person. So soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted rashly when he first entered this place. When he entered the stone room, for a moment, Yang Kai even had the idea of driving everyone away so he could enjoy the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water alone. If he had attacked at that time, he might not have been able to win against this person, and if he had fought with him, not only would he have exposed his true strength, it would only have allowed Chu Changfeng and the others to reap the benefits. This world was big, and there were indeed many strange geniuses. This indifferent man was the most powerful Saint King Yang Kai had seen so far. Even Shui Yu of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was not his opponent, causing Yang Kai to secretly become vigilant and feel that he could no longer casually underestimate a cultivator in the same realm. Inside the stone room, except for the few people from Heaven Battling Union who stood still, everyone else found a place to sit down cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, beginning to cleanse their souls. Everyone's face showed an inexplicable look of joy, some even moaning as if they were extremely comfortable. Enter. Chu Changfeng no longer wasted any time and waved his hand with a gloomy face. The several Heaven Battling Union disciples who had been waiting for Yang Kai to make a decision all entered the pool in a single file and sat down cross-legged. Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as the anger in his heart could not be quelled, but even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare find trouble with this stern-faced man. Not to mention whether or not he was this man's opponent, the behemoth behind him was something even Heaven Battling Union feared. Unable to vent the anger in his heart, Chu Changfeng felt very uncomfortable, so for some unknown reason, he actually rushed over to Yang Kai and coldly shouted, "Scram! This position is mine." Yang Kai's position wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. Just now, when Yang Kai had entered this place with everyone else, he hadn't paid much attention to it and had just casually found a place to occupy. But how could he have known that Chu Changfeng would also be eyeing it? Yang Kai knew in his heart that Chu Changfeng was just venting his anger and didn't really want to occupy this position because there were many better positions than this one. Chu Changfeng deliberately acting this way was clearly looking for trouble, because Yang Kai's strength was the lowest and he was alone. If Chu Changfeng didn't find trouble with him, who else could he find trouble with? Obviously, he was also concerned about this stern-faced man. Yang Kai's expression went cold, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't act up and instead stood up obediently and sat down in an empty spot nearby. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted, very satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Seemingly recovering some face for himself, his expression gradually eased, and after sitting down cross-legged and beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, his face immediately filled with joy, all his previous displeasure disappearing. "Little brother, your luck is really good." The beautiful woman who had advised Yang Kai not to waste time before was actually not far from Yang Kai at this moment. Seeing him being driven away by Chu Changfeng, she smiled and comforted him. "It seems you were right to insist on staying here. Compared to this great opportunity, there's no need to worry about anything else. Elder sister has been sitting here for a while now, and feels that the bottleneck of her soul cultivation has loosened a little. You should quickly absorb the efficacies here. Perhaps you'll be able to comprehend something." And Yang Kai didn't want to say much to her, and simply nodded before beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. The reason why the function of soul-cleansing divine water was so wondrous was entirely because of the strength of the soul of an Origin King Realm Master. When an Origin King Realm Master died here, their spiritual energy would fuse perfectly with the spirit liquid here, and after countless years of transformation, it would form soul-cleansing divine water. Although Yang Kai didn't know why the soul-cleansing divine water here was golden, after a short period of absorption, he was certain that this was indeed soul-cleansing divine water. Naturally, he wouldn't waste any more time. The beautiful woman was right. Cultivating here could not only enhance one's soul, but also allow one's spiritual energy to become more condensed and solid. If one's luck was good enough, they may be able to comprehend some of the dead Origin King Realm Master soul skills. How could the methods of an Origin King Realm Master be lacking? As long as one could comprehend even a tiny bit of that master's divine technique, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their life. So far, the only Origin King Yang Kai had seen was Guizhu. However, Guizhu's earth-shattering methods were something Yang Kai couldn't help but yearn for. Presumably, other Origin Kings weren't any worse than Guizhu. Opening his pores, Yang Kai's physique wriggled and a trace of golden energy drilled into Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs before rushing straight to the top of his head and into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai sensed his surroundings carefully, dividing half of his consciousness to guard against any movement outside to avoid being attacked at this critical moment, while the other half entered his knowledge sea to observe the magical effects of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai could clearly see that within his knowledge sea, which was burning like a raging inferno, there were many golden threads pouring into it. Although there weren't many of these golden threads, their colors were very distinct, and they were particularly eye-catching in the red sea of flames, like golden fish swimming freely. Half of the golden threads quickly merged with the seawater in his sea of consciousness, increasing the strength of his sea of consciousness and tempering the tenacity of his sea of consciousness. Although the increase was negligible, it was already amazing. A cultivator's cultivation could be summed up in 4 aspects: the strengthening of one's physical body, the accumulation of Saint Qi, the tempering of one's soul, and the comprehension of one's realm. The simplest of these was the accumulation of Saint Qi, because this kind of accumulation could be achieved by relying on external materials, such as pills and Saint crystals. When a cultivator cultivated, they would use these 2 things. The most difficult aspect was the comprehension of one's realm. Many cultivators had reached the requirements for advancement in the other 3 aspects, but were unable to break through their bottleneck because their comprehension of their realm was insufficient. 90% of the Third Order Origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star were stuck in their comprehension of their realm, unable to advance any further for the rest of their lives. As for the strengthening of one's physical body, it was relatively easy in the early stages and could be done with the help of external forces, but as one cultivated to the later stages, it would become more and more difficult. It was almost impossible to reach the peak. Yang Kai's powerful physical body was only possible because he had encountered countless opportunities, but his physical body was still far from its peak, so he would still suffer some damage from powerful attacks. It could only be said that compared to a cultivator in the same realm, or even an Origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai's physical body was countless times stronger. On top of that, the massive vitality contained in his golden blood gave him a terrifying restorative power, so after being injured, he would be able to restore himself to his original state in a very short time. The cultivation of spiritual energy was countless times more difficult than the accumulation of Saint Qi, and it was even more difficult than the enhancement of one's physical body, second only to the comprehension of one's realm. Many cultivators, after breaking through to a new realm, would deliberately choose to enter retreat for a period of time to focus on cultivating their spiritual energy in order to enhance it. The effect of taking pills to cultivate one's spiritual energy was not very obvious, and no matter where one went, soul cultivation secret arts were extremely rare, each one extremely precious. This was the case in Tongxian realm, and it was the same in Star Territory. 80% of cultivators cultivated their spiritual energy by cultivating soul skills, constantly using soul skills to exhaust their spiritual energy and then replenish it. This cycle repeated over and over again, and in this cycle of exhaustion and recovery, one's spiritual energy would slowly increase. This was a stupid method, but it was the simplest and most practical one. Yang Kai did not need to use this method to enhance his spiritual energy because he had the soul-warming lotus. What's more, he did not have much time to spend in retreat to cultivate his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was still much stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm, comparable to that of an Origin returning realm master. The reason for this was none other than the soul-warming lotus. This supreme soul-nourishing treasure had been obtained by Yang Kai when he was still very weak and had coexisted with him for more than 20 years. With his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complementing each other, not only did his spiritual energy grow, but the soul-warming lotus also continued to grow. Now, the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water had been displayed, and even though it was only a small amount, it had allowed Yang Kai to reap great benefits. His spiritual energy seemed to have become stronger, comparable to what he had accumulated over many days, making him very happy. Under the watchful gaze of his spiritual energy, some of the golden threads that had not yet been integrated into his knowledge seemed to be attracted by something and quickly rushed towards the location of the six-colored island in his knowledge quickly disappearing into it. This phenomenon did not surprise Yang Kai. Because the soul-warming lotus had such a function, Yang Kai had swallowed some spiritual energy-enhancing pills in the past. The soul-warming lotus would absorb a lot of it and use it to grow. Although in the short term, Yang Kai's benefits were taken away by the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complemented each other. Over the years, the benefits provided by the soul-warming lotus were far greater than the nutrients he provided to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-cleansing divine water could cleanse and purify one's soul, so it was naturally effective for the growth of the soul-warming lotus. But to Yang Kai's surprise, after the soul-warming lotus swallowed these golden threads, it actually took the initiative to emit an incomparably powerful attractive force. In an instant, the golden threads several dozen times larger than before were absorbed into Yang Kai's body and rushed into his knowledge Chapter 1194. Yang Kai only had time to absorb 1% of the golden threads that had been drawn into his knowledge by the soul-warming lotus. The rest was snatched away by the soul-warming lotus, causing the six-colored light to become even more dazzling than before. Startled, Yang Kai quickly controlled the attractive force produced by the soul-warming lotus, not daring to make such a big commotion again. If he had been alone here, Yang Kai would have been pleasantly surprised instead of suppressing himself. But now there were more than 30 people here. Once he made such a big commotion, he would definitely be targeted and expelled. If he could absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water so crazily, how could anyone else? Although Kai Yang had suppressed it very quickly, he had still alarmed the beautiful woman who had been talking to him earlier and was standing right next to him. The beautiful woman opened her beautiful eyes suspiciously and stared at Yang Kai strangely. Just now, she had clearly noticed an abnormal attractive force coming from this first-order Saint King, but when she tried to sense it carefully, she couldn't find anything. Shaking her head secretly, she thought it was just an illusion and quickly closed her beautiful eyes again to continue absorbing the benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai secretly sighed in his heart. He hadn't known that the soul-warming lotus would desire the soul-cleansing divine water so much. If he had known earlier, he would have simply found a more remote corner where he could act more freely. Although he could do so now, Yang Kai had to be extremely careful not to arouse suspicion, especially when it came to the beautiful woman not far away. Thinking so, Yang Kai gradually released his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, only stopping when it reached a certain level. In an instant, 10 times more golden threads than before poured into Yang Kai's knowledge 1% of them was swallowed by Yang Kai's knowledge while the rest poured into the six-colored island as usual. This speed was just right. Not only would he not be discovered, but Yang Kai would also be able to reap enough benefits. Now, the medicinal efficacies he absorbed from the soul-cleansing divine water were comparable to the sum of the other 10 people combined. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He could not help but feel a little anxious. There was only one pool of soul-cleansing divine water. Everyone was fighting for it, and there would be a time when it would run out. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. At this time, it was naturally better to fight for as much as possible. Unlike the others who were wholeheartedly absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai's spiritual consciousness was extremely powerful. At this time, he was able to divert his attention to other things. He was prepared to secretly observe the others. If these people were immersed in the pool and unable to extricate themselves, he decided to increase the speed of absorption. As long as he was careful, he should not be discovered by others. Moreover, it was best to stay away from that beautiful woman. Her strength wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, but she was still a bit too sensitive. With that in mind, Yang Kai quietly swam to a remote corner. Although his movements alarmed a few cultivators, causing them to open their eyes and look at Yang Kai with some dissatisfaction, no one had the time to criticize him. They simply glanced around before closing their eyes again, racing against time. A moment later, Yang Kai finally arrived at a corner of the pool. This location was very remote, and almost no one would choose to stay here, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. Just as he sat down cross-legged and was about to relax a bit, Kai Yang suddenly felt something poking him from under his buttocks. Quickly reaching out and picking it up, Kai Yang felt that it was slightly warm, but before he had time to investigate what it was, he suddenly felt a strange energy flow from his fingertips into his body, all the way to his mind. Wherever this energy passed, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly condensed his Saint Qi to block it. The demonic flame burned fiercely in his meridians, and Yang Kai seemed to hear a faint howl in his ears. The cold energy seemed to know the terror of his demonic flame and didn't dare to go any further, instead quickly retreating and was smoothly forced out of his body by Yang Kai, disappearing into the pool. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked around in the direction of the others and was surprised to find that no one had noticed the movement here, as if he was the only one who had heard the miserable howl just now. Not only that, the thing he had just held in his hand was no longer warm and had become ordinary. No matter what it was, if it could appear in the soul-cleansing divine water, it was definitely extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly threw it into his space ring, preparing to investigate it carefully after leaving this place. His brow furrowed as he looked around the golden pool, trying to find the cold energy that had just rushed into his body. But this pool was invisible to the naked eye, and his divine sense was also unable to penetrate it. Yang Kai searched for a long time but was unable to find anything. However, since this energy was afraid of his demonic flame, Yang Kai wasn't worried that it would harm him again. What made Yang Kai puzzled was what this thing was and why it was here. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai no longer thought about it and quietly released the suppression of the soul-warming lotus, allowing the soul-warming lotus to attract the golden threads faster. The stone room was quiet for a while. Everyone was frantically tempering their divine sense in the pool. Moreover, everyone's luck seemed to be very good. Ever since everyone jumped into the pool, no one else found this stalactite cave. Most likely, everyone who had received the news had come here. About half an hour later, a sudden change occurred. A huge amount of spiritual energy suddenly rippled out, and the strength of this spiritual energy was comparable to that of a master from the First Order Origin returning realm, sweeping across the entire stone room. All the cultivators sitting in the pool opened their eyes in horror and looked in the direction of the source of this spiritual energy. At first glance, there were those who were shocked, those who were envious, and those who were stunned. The source of the movement was actually the indifferent man sitting in the center of the pool. At this moment, his face was trembling slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. Sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was frowning. It was a very strange sight. Around his body, there was a conspicuous circle of golden light. His body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Countless golden threads were madly drilling into his body. This movement was so obvious that it caused the entire pool to become turbulent. He really comprehended it. The beautiful woman's cherry lips opened slightly as she looked at the indifferent man in disbelief and exclaimed. Hearing what the beautiful woman said, everyone suddenly realized that the benefits this stern-faced man obtained from the pool were not only tempering his soul, allowing his spiritual energy to reach the level of a First-Order Origin returning realm master, but also allowing him to comprehend a soul skill that the Origin King who died here had mastered before his death. This made everyone's eyes turn red. Compared with the soul skill of an Origin King, the small benefits they had just obtained were simply negligible. For a time, everyone stared at him in a daze, forgetting to continue absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Among them, Chu Changfeng's expression was the ugliest. Before, he had vented his anger on Yang Kai and had finally calmed down a lot. In any case, he could still obtain benefits from his current position, so there was no need to be so calculative. But now, this man had actually comprehended an Origin King Realm soul skill, while he had only tempered his soul slightly. In comparison, the benefits he had obtained were simply heaven and earth. Why? Why was this person able to comprehend a soul skill? Why wasn't it his turn yet? He was also a peerless genius who wore countless dazzling halos in heaven of battling union and was worshipped and admired by many of his fellow disciples. He was the most dazzling star of heaven battling union. So why couldn't he comprehend a soul skill? Just because he occupied the best spot in the center with a radius of 30 feet all to himself? Chu Changfeng was so depressed he almost vomited blood. But he could only watch helplessly with a look of jealousy on his face, not daring to interfere. Although this was the best opportunity to interfere with the indifferent man's comprehension, who knew how powerful this man's angry blow would be. So, Chu Changfeng could only watch helplessly, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment. While everyone else was shocked, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been suppressing the attractive force of the soul-warming lotus because he was afraid of causing too much of a commotion and attracting the attention of others. But now, this stern-faced man had attracted everyone's attention, causing the entire pool to become restless. At this moment, even if Yang Kai made a big noise, it would be covered up. How could he hesitate? Immediately releasing all his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai allowed it to absorb the golden threads here. In an instant, a large amount of golden light poured into Yang Kai's fiery red knowledge sea, so much so that it almost overshadowed the original fiery red knowledge sea. The energy contained in this golden light was so shocking that even with Yang Kai's ability, he was unable to refine and absorb it in time. Instead, all of it was given to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus had become even more terrifying than the cold man's body, and no matter how many golden threads it received, it was able to absorb them. The originally dazzling golden color of the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye, but everyone was immersed in horror and envy. Not a single one of them noticed this change. As a result, Yang Kai became even more unscrupulous. Although Yang Kai was somewhat envious of the cold-faced man's opportunity, he was more open-minded than anyone else. Soul skills were just a clever use of spiritual energy. Just like martial skills, they were ingenious uses of Saint Qi, allowing one to exert the greatest amount of power at the lowest cost. So what if it was an Origin King Realm soul skill? When he grew stronger in the future, Yang Kai felt that he could even create his own soul skill. But the benefits he was receiving now were a kind of fundamental change. Although the indifferent man's soul skill was incredible, compared to the benefits he was receiving, it was still far from enough. While he was eating meat, he had to let others drink some soup as well. Everyone had their own opportunities, so jealousy was useless. How did the color of the pool become so light? A sudden exclamation pulled everyone's attention back. When everyone looked down, their faces all paled. In just a cup of tea's worth of time, the originally thick golden liquid in the pool had become extremely dim, with only a few traces of golden light flowing through it. The pool was no longer as thick as before, and it was now possible to see the bottom of the pool with one's physical body and use one's divine sense to penetrate it. Chapter 1195. The originally rich golden light in the pool was now extremely dim. Everyone hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to try and absorb it, only to find that the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in this pool were incredibly weak. This both shocked and angered everyone. It's him. Chu Changfeng ground his teeth as he glared at the indifferent man and couldn't help shouting. In an instant, several dozen pairs of eyes turned towards the indifferent man, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Yang Kai also grit his teeth, as if the benefits that should have been his had been snatched away. At the same time, he once again suppressed the soul-warming lotus. In that short period of time, almost 90% of the soul-cleansing divine water's medicinal efficacies had been absorbed into his knowledge sea and into the six-colored soul-warming lotus. As for the remaining 10%, half of it had been absorbed by everyone, so there was at most half left in the pool. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to continue absorbing it, but that the mood of the cultivator here was very unstable and extremely vigilant. If he continued to act as he did just now, he may be discovered by others. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't allow himself to become the target of public criticism. Yang Kai decided to let the indifferent man take the blame. In any case, not only was this indifferent man's personal strength tyrannical, but the force behind him was also extremely powerful. Presumably, no matter how dissatisfied and angry these people were, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. Sure enough, although the 30 or so cultivator were glaring at him with murderous eyes, none of them dared to make a move. Even Chu Changfeng didn't have such intentions. After a while, everyone closed their eyes again and raced against time to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in the pool. Now that there was only so much soul-cleansing divine water left, if they didn't fight for it now, others would only benefit them. The indifferent man seemed to have reached a critical juncture in his comprehension and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He also didn't know that he had become Yang Kai's scapegoat. Immersed in comprehending the subtleties of an Origin King Realm Master's soul skill, this indifferent man's harvest was simply unimaginable. The little remaining soul-cleansing divine water in the pool rushed madly towards him. About a day later, sitting cross-legged in the pool, nearly 30 cultivator opened their eyes one after another. Everyone's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but within that surprise, there was also a lot of regret and indignation. Everyone who soaked in this place had obtained a great improvement in their spiritual sense cultivation. In just one day, the growth of their spiritual sense was almost equivalent to many years of painstaking cultivation. Furthermore, after being purified by the soul-washing divine water, some of the hidden dangers left behind by the injured divine sense of the cultivator in his early years were all gone. Running their divine senses, they all found that their divine senses were clearer and more condensed than ever before. They also seemed to have obtained some fundamental benefits, which made them very happy. The fundamental change of their spiritual energy meant that it would be easier for them to cultivate their spiritual energy in the future. Such a huge change happened in just one day. What would happen if it took longer? But it was a pity. If it wasn't for someone taking all the benefits, they could have soaked in this place for at least 10 days. No one dared to imagine what kind of improvement and change their divine sense would have in 10 days. For a time, everyone's eyes towards the indifferent man once again became filled with hatred. The indifferent man had also thoroughly comprehended an Origin King Realm soul skill at this moment, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his inflexible face. However, when he found that everyone present was staring at him with hostile eyes, he was still a little confused, wondering what he had done to provoke such indignation. But soon, he attributed the hostility of these people to jealousy. Although the disappearance of the soul-washing divine water's medicinal efficacies surprised him, when he thought about the fierce improvement of his spiritual energy after comprehending the soul skill just now, he seemed to have found another reason. Did I really absorb more than half of the soul-washing divine water? Is that why they are so angry? The indifferent man also couldn't figure out the situation, but he had no intention of getting entangled with these people. Letting out a cold snort, he stood up from the pool and flew out. Mid-air, he circulated his Saint Chi to dry the water on his body before landing on the ground and walking away without looking back. The biggest benefit of this place had been taken away, so he naturally didn't want to stay and be treated with hostility. The remaining 30 or so people glanced at each other, none of them having expected this man to be so carefree. He got off too easy this time. Chu Changfeng ground his teeth bitterly as he smashed his fist into the pool, his expression fierce. No one else dared to answer casually, and after a while, they all stood up from the pool one by one, sighing and walking outside. Looking at the pool of spirit liquid, everyone's expression became a little dispirited. If it had been any other time or place, encountering such a pool of spirit liquid would have made everyone ecstatic. After all, spirit liquid was a rare treasure that took countless years to form. It was far more beneficial to a cultivator than a high-rank Saint Crystal, whether it was used for cultivation or for restoring one's strength. However, after witnessing the wonders of the soul-washing divine water, this spirit liquid didn't count for much. After all, it was a remnant of something that had lost its soul-washing effect. Even so, with such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be unreasonable not to take it, but everyone's mood was somewhat indescribable. Young Master Chu, how should we distribute this spirit liquid? The beautiful woman looked at Chu Chang Feng cautiously and asked for his opinion, a trace of self-mockery appearing on her charming face as she said, "Our family's business is small, unlike that person who doesn't even put this pool of spirit liquid in his eyes. This spirit liquid is also a good thing for us." "Yes, young Master Chu, what do you say? Everyone will listen to you. If anyone dares to disobey, we'll kill them together." Immediately, a cultivator from a force that had a good relationship with Heaven Battling Union expressed his support. Just now, when they were distributing the soul-washing divine water, Chu Chang Feng had taken care of him. Although the distribution plan had become a joke, now was the time for him to show his loyalty. Hearing this, Chu Chang Feng angrily said, "If that's the case, my Heaven Battling Union will take half of this spirit liquid." His anger didn't disappear because of everyone's praise. As long as he thought about how he hadn't obtained much of this soul-washing divine water, Chu Chang Feng couldn't help feeling resentful. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly, some of them even muttering in a low voice, "Didn't you say it would be a quarter before? What, do you have an opinion?" Chu Chang Feng glared at the speaker coldly, a clear murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Young Master Chu misunderstands. This one's junior brother just doesn't know how to speak. How could he dare have an opinion? Young Master Chu, Master is magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Immediately, a man dressed like a scholar stood up and looked at Chu Chang Feng cautiously before shouting at the speaker, "If you don't know how to speak, then shut up. No one will treat you as a mute." Quickly apologized to young Master Chu. Everyone knew that Chu Chang Feng couldn't be provoked at this time. He was clearly angry and couldn't find an excuse to vent. Only a fool would try to provoke him. If the Confucian scholar didn't speak up for his junior brother, Chu Chang Feng would definitely go on a killing spree. Whether or not Chu Chang Feng would give up now, the Confucian scholar didn't know. He only hoped that Chu Chang Feng wouldn't vent his anger on his junior brother. The person who spoke before was also tactful. Knowing that he had spoken without thinking, he hurriedly stood up and respectfully apologized. Chu Chang Feng coldly snorted, "Only this once. Next time you dare speak nonsense, I'll directly take your life. So what if you take half of the spirit liquid? Even if this young master monopolizes this place, what complaints do you have?" "We wouldn't dare." Everyone nodded, looking embarrassed. The biggest benefit had been taken away by that indifferent man. So if Chu Chang Feng really monopolized this place, they really wouldn't gain anything this time. "Go get it." Chu Chang Feng ordered one of his sect brothers, who immediately stepped forward and began collecting the spirit liquid. Everyone stood aside and waited quietly, hoping that Chu Chang Feng would really keep his word and only take half. Chu Chang Feng's eyes suddenly turned to Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes. The moment Chu Chang Feng looked over, Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do. This guy was really looking for an opportunity to vent his anger. Everyone else was in groups of 3 or 5, and the forces behind them weren't weak, so Chu Chang Feng couldn't really attack them. Instead, he had set his sights on Yang Kai, a lone cultivator with no background. Grinning at him, Yang Kai quickly retreated and rushed out of the stone room. Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled with this guy. Although he wasn't afraid of him, if he accidentally killed him, he would only provoke Heaven Battling Union. With so many people here, unless he killed them all, news would definitely leak out. Yang Kai didn't want to face a behemoth like Heaven Battling Union right now. Chu Chang Feng's strength wasn't bad, so Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. The origin-grade high-rank artifact Chu Chang Feng used before was already extraordinary. The drop of spirit liquid wasn't a necessity. It was only better than high-rank Saint crystals and wasn't a precious treasure, so Yang Kai decisively left without any hesitation. "You ran fast." Chu Chang Feng was stunned, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's actions to be so fast, but he didn't chase after him and instead just shouted angrily. This pool of spirit liquid seemed like a lot, but after it was divided among the 8 forces present, it was quickly emptied. The milky white crystals that had accumulated at the bottom of the pool were all scraped clean by them. After searching the stone room for a while and confirming that there was nothing to be gained, everyone left the stone room one after another. Their expressions were somewhat reluctant to part with the stone room. Outside, Everyone bid farewell to Chu Changfeng and walked off in different directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a group of 3 people stopped in a valley 10 miles away from the stalagmite cave. These 3 people were from the group with the least number of people in the stone room. Of these 3 people, 2 were third-order Saint Kings while 1 was a second-order Saint King. At this moment, the second-order Saint King was cursing and scolding Chu Changfeng for being overbearing. When the soul-cleansing divine water was first distributed, they were allocated the smallest share, and when the spirit liquid was distributed later, they were also allocated the least. The reason was simple: they had the smallest number of people. Chapter 1196. Among this group of 3, the elderly man who was the leader of the group listened to his companion's endless cursing and finally couldn't help but interject, "Forget it. Who told them to be so powerful? Our flowing cloud valley can't afford to provoke them. We'll just have to endure. It's not like you don't know what kind of people Heaven Battling Union is, so why keep complaining?" "I just can't swallow this insult," the man angrily said. "So what if it's Heaven Battling Union? Does Chu Changfeng really think he's some big shot? If it weren't for Heaven Battling Union supporting him, how could he dare act like this? I think this man's reputation is unwarranted. If we really fought, he would definitely not be your 2 brothers' opponent." The elderly man's face sank as he reprimanded, "You're wrong. Although Chu Changfeng is an overbearing playboy with a bad reputation, he does have genuine ability. Otherwise, with just the prestige of Heaven Battling Union, how could his name be known to all of Shadowed Star? Do you know Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fang Tianzhong? I heard that he and Chu Changfeng have exchanged pointers no less than 10 times, but every time the 2 ended in a draw. Since he can fight Fang Tianzhong to a draw, this brother is definitely not his opponent. In the future, you must not underestimate those with reputations. With their reputation, they naturally have their own confidence. Even Fang Tianzhong couldn't beat him?" The junior brother was shocked, realizing that he had underestimated Chu Changfeng's ability. Naturally, that's why every time these 2 met, they would oppose each other, as if they were water and fire. "Your brother Lu Yi is very clear about this." When the elderly man spoke, he glanced towards the third person. "Why does brother Lu Yi know about this?" The elderly man said, "Because brother Lu Yi was once outside and happened to encounter these 2 fighting. Junior brother Lu Yi told him about the situation at that time, lest he look down on the heroes of this world in the future and lose his life without even knowing why." In an instant, the second-order Saint King cultivator turned a curious look towards his brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was frowning as if he was thinking about something. His face was gloomy and uncertain, as if he hadn't heard the elderly man's words. "Junior brother Lu, what are you thinking about?" the elderly man asked suspiciously. Since coming out of the stone room, Lu Ye's soul seemed to be a little out of place, as if he was sleepwalking. Even now, he still hadn't recovered. Heh. Lu Yi suddenly let out a low chuckle. For some reason, when this chuckle reached the ears of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, they couldn't help shivering as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The elderly man was startled, mistakenly thinking that something had happened to Lu Yi while he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, hurriedly asking, "Junior brother Lu, are you all right?" "Me? Of course I'm fine. I'm fine. Ha ha ha. I'm better than ever before." Saying so, 2 strange green lights suddenly appeared in Lu Ye's eyes. These green lights were like 2 flickering ghostly flames, giving anyone who saw them a feeling of dread. Lu Ye's originally calm face became extremely ferocious at this moment as he suddenly stretched out his hand, pushed his Saint Chi into the second-order Saint King's chest, and plunged it directly into this second-order Saint King's chest. How could the cultivator have imagined that brother Lu Yi, who was usually gentle and polite to everyone, would actually try to kill him? When he felt the pain in his chest, he looked down and saw that Lu Ye's hand had already pierced into his chest. His heart inexplicably convulsed as he saw Lu Yi pull his hand out of his chest, revealing a blood-red hand holding a still beating heart. "Is this my heart?" This was the only doubt that flashed across the cultivator's mind before he fell backwards, a large amount of blood gushing out from the big hole in his chest. "Lu Yi, what are you doing?" The elderly man's expression changed greatly. He had never expected that such a thing like killing his fellow disciples would actually happen right under his nose. Shouting angrily, he condensed his Saint Chi and prepared to attack this person who had just killed his fellow sect brother. But how could he have imagined that a shocking spiritual energy would suddenly rush straight into his knowledge sea, instantly breaking through his defenses and causing his knowledge sea to turn upside down? The elderly man let out a muffled groan as his knowledge sea was damaged, and the Saint Chi he had condensed dissipated without a trace. Immediately, he saw Lu Yi rushing towards him with a ferocious smile on his face, the green fluorescence in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. "You're not." The elderly man opened his mouth and exclaimed, but before he could finish his words, his entire head was chopped off by Lu Ye's palm, causing blood to spurt out from his headless corpse. Lu Yi stood up lightly, shook off the blood on his hand, and coldly snorted, "Of course I'm not." It seemed like he had easily killed two Saint King Realm cultivator, but Lu Yi still showed a look of dissatisfaction at this moment. This body's aptitude was not bad and was very suitable for cultivating his secret art, but its cultivation was too weak. Compared to his peak, it was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow. However, Lu Yi was very satisfied because he had finally escaped from that damned place. How many years had it been? 5,000 years? 10,000 years? 20,000 years? It had been so long that he couldn't even remember. If no one had found that stone room in another 1,000 years, his soul would likely have really dissipated from this world. In order to break through some of the barriers surrounding that stone room and allow others to discover it, he had not hesitated to consume the energy of his soul source. If not for that, the stone room would likely still be covered in dust. Fortunately, all his efforts had been worth it. Someone had really gone to that place, allowing him to fulfill his wish of many years. Lu Ye's face paled slightly for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. Forcibly using his secret technique had placed a great burden on his body, and even now, he had not fully familiarized himself with this new body. It seemed that he would not be able to use any more secret techniques in the short term. Lu Yi raised his head to look at the blue dome of heaven, then looked at the fiery red flames of the flame area on the horizon. He sneered, "3 suns ring of fire. What a grand move." After saying such inexplicable words, Lu Yi searched the rings of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, burned their bodies, then immediately turned around and ran towards the stalactite cave. A moment later, Lu Yi returned. There was nothing left in the stone room, and the pool had been scraped clean. Even the skeletons that had been lying on the side had been attacked by someone before they left, and now they were all over the floor. Seeing this scene, a trace of annoyance flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he walked over to the scattered bones, bent down, and carefully sorted them out, putting them all into his space ring. As he did this, Lu Ye's expression became somewhat strange, a mixture of sadness and nostalgia. After collecting the bones, Lu Yi jumped into the empty pool and stood there contemplating for a while before suddenly walking forward at an irregular pace. Every time he took a step, he would pour some Saint Chi into the bottom of the pool, alternating between light and heavy. Lu Ye's expression was also extremely serious, as if he was doing something extremely important. After walking like this for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, Lu Ye's eyes gradually filled with expectation. A moment later, Lu Ye's figure paused and he took a final step while pouring just enough Saint Chi into the pool. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk at the center of the bottom of the pool. A crack suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and quickly stepped forward, picked up a space ring hidden in the secret compartment, and put it on his finger, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. As long as he had this space ring, he could easily make a comeback. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that his most important possession had been taken away by this first-order Saint King cultivator. On top of that, the power in this cultivator's body was too strange, a kind of burning black flame. When Lu Yi had entered his body and tried to seize it, he had almost been burned to death. Lu Yi had never seen this kind of black flame before, one that alternated between hot and cold, good and evil, a contradiction to the extreme. Lu Yi panicked and hurriedly tried to escape. If he had remained inside this cultivator's body for another 3 breaths, Lu Yi had no doubt he would have been burned to ashes. That was a good body. If only he could seize it. Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a little regretful. How could you take away something that belongs to me? Lu Yi sneered as he released his divine sense. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was carrying that thing, even if it was hidden in his space ring, Lu Yi would be able to accurately find it, because that thing was his to begin with. However, after investigating it, Lu Yi was shocked as he couldn't feel the aura of that thing at all, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Impossible! Lu Yi roared madly, his face filled with hysteria, unable to believe that the aura of that thing had disappeared. The only possibility was that the other party had fused with it. But a trivial First-Order Saint King, even if he had great ability, was incapable of fusing with it. Doing so would only result in his death. That thing was Lu Ye's most important possession. If he had taken it out, it would have set off a bloodbath across the entire star territory. Now that it had disappeared, how could he not be angry? Without it, it would take Lu Yi at least 2,000 or 3,000 years to restore his soul and cultivation. At this moment, Yang Kai was already 50 kilometers away from the stalactite cave. After perceiving Chu Changfeng's murderous intent, Yang Kai immediately left without any particular target, simply moving as he pleased. At first, Yang Kai wanted to enter the treasure area to search for treasures, but after entering, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced here disappointed him. With the exception of the emerald silk grass, which was a pleasant surprise, the other gains were simply not worth mentioning. Although they were all very expensive, Yang Kai didn't lack money at all, so there was no need to waste time collecting them here. His biggest gain was naturally the benefits he obtained from the stalactite cave. Needless to say, the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water didn't need to be mentioned. Yang Kai himself didn't obtain many benefits from it. Although his spiritual energy had improved somewhat, it wasn't obvious. After all, his soul was much stronger than most cultivators at his level, but the benefits his soul-warming lotus received were unimaginable. Chapter 1197. After the soul-warming lotus swallowed so much golden energy, its six-colored light continued to flicker, as if it only needed to devour a little more to evolve. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful as he knew how difficult it would be for the soul-warming lotus to evolve. When Yang Kai first obtained this precious treasure that could nourish his soul, the soul-warming lotus was only 5-colored. Even after taking so many pills to strengthen his soul, the soul-warming lotus didn't change much. In the end, Yang Kai had to eat a saint-grade high-rank pill that had formed pill clouds and was thousands of years old to allow the soul-warming lotus to evolve to 6-colored. Yang Kai hadn't held much hope for the soul-warming lotus to evolve into its final 7-colored form before, thinking that being able to achieve this goal in his lifetime would already be a great achievement. But now, this lofty goal was actually showing signs of being achieved, which made Yang Kai both excited and somewhat regretful. He was already considering whether he should refine some spiritual energy-enhancing pills after Lu Yan's desert closed and desperately take them to help the soul-warming lotus evolve. How much he could absorb from these pills wasn't the main point. As long as it could help the soul-warming lotus evolve, even if he had to spend more saint crystals or waste more pills, it would be worth it. Secretly thinking about this for a while, Yang Kai was in a good mood. He was looking forward to what kind of help the soul-warming lotus would bring him after it evolved into its final form. In the past, his strength had been low, so although he could feel the various benefits of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have a thorough understanding of them. Now, with the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai was more and more aware of the importance of the soul-warming lotus. He had never deliberately cultivated his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was far superior to that of any other cultivator in the same realm. 80% of this was due to the soul-warming lotus, but of course, the demon eye of annihilation also played an important role. Without the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to freely devour others' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing his own understanding of cultivation to reach a bottleneck, or allowing his spiritual energy to grow so recklessly. Putting these thoughts aside for the time being, Yang Kai took out something from his space ring. This thing was the unknown object that had hit him in the pool. At that time, Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate it and had simply tossed it into his space ring. Only now did he discover that it was actually a hexagonal crystal about the size of an egg. It looked like a perfect piece of jade. However, other than being beautiful, there was nothing special about it. When Yang Kai touched it in the pool, there was still a trace of warmth. In addition, a cold energy seeped out from it and poured into Yang Kai's body. But now, it was completely ordinary. Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy from it at all. After frowning and observing it for a long time, a layer of demonic flame appeared on Yang Kai's hand. The demonic flame roiled and slowly wrapped around it, but no matter how Yang Kai burned it, it didn't change at all. This came as a pleasant surprise to Yang Kai. His current demonic flame was something even ordinary origin-grade artifacts could not resist, let alone a piece of ordinary stone. Unable to feel any energy fluctuations and unable to burn it with his demonic flame, Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to probe it. Who would have thought that as soon as his spiritual sense touched this hexagonal colorless crystal, it would disappear from his hand. At the same time, a refreshing feeling spread from his mind. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he quickly sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the fiery red ocean was tumbling, and the six-colored light of the six-colored island was shining brightly. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a hexagonal colorless crystal had appeared at some unknown time. It was the same crystal that he had held in his hand before. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As far as he knew, the knowledge sea was an invisible thing, so even if a cultivator's head was cracked open, their knowledge sea would not be able to be discovered with the naked eye. In this invisible sea, only some soul-type artifacts could enter it. The demon eye of annihilation could barely be considered a soul-type artifact, while the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure used to nourish one's knowledge sea. But what was this hexagonal colorless crystal? The moment he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it had actually entered his knowledge sea. But now, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. It only gave him an unimaginably refreshing feeling that was harmless. Yang Kai originally wanted to investigate it carefully. After all, no matter who it was, having such an inexplicable thing appear in their knowledge sea would cause them to feel uneasy. But before Yang Kai could take any action, the six-colored island suddenly transformed into a six-colored beam of light that shot out from a great distance and wrapped around the colorless crystal like a ribbon. Then, under Yang Kai's dumbfounded gaze, it was dragged back to the island in one fell swoop. The six-colored island wriggled and transformed back into the original form of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, the six-colored light quickly converging. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed, and his soul avatar instantly appeared above the six-colored soul-warming lotus. Looking down, as he expected, the colorless crystal was lying quietly on the bud of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, reflecting the six colors of the soul-warming lotus. Soon after, the petals of the lotus closed towards the center like an open hand clenched into a fist. Soon, it turned into a flower bud. It looked like a budding lotus flower. Yang Kai's complexion changed rapidly as his soul avatar trembled with excitement. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, as the master of the soul-warming lotus, he could still tell that the soul-warming lotus had begun to evolve into its final form. Yang Kai had previously considered refining pills to nourish the soul-warming lotus, but now there was no need for that. And the reason for this change was the colorless hexagonal crystal. The last time the soul-warming lotus evolved, such a situation had not occurred. Its color had only gradually increased with the nourishment of a large amount of energy. But this time, before it evolved, it had turned into a bud. Yang Kai could almost foresee that when its bud fully bloomed again, it would transform into its final form, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and be reborn. What was that crystal? It seemed to be even more powerful than the golden energy contained in the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, how could it cause the soul-warming lotus to undergo such a change? Yang Kai was excited, his soul avatar's face filled with an indelible smile. The ups and downs of his mood caused his fiery red knowledge sea to roll up in waves several hundred meters high, like a volcanic eruption, full of peerless power. After a long time, Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and fixed his eyes on the soul-warming lotus's bud. discovering that bright halos were spreading out from the soul-warming lotus towards his knowledge sea. These halos were spreading in a very regular pattern, like a heartbeat. Every time these halos rippled, subtle changes would occur in his knowledge sea. The fiery red seawater became thicker and purer, and the fire it contained became more fierce. The medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had not had time to refine began to gradually melt at this moment, completely integrating into his knowledge sea and strengthening Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The soul-warming lotus was still evolving, but it had already begun to give him benefits. This made Yang Kai even more eager to see what it would look like after its evolution. Although Kai Yang wanted to stay here for a while longer, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and reveal a displeased expression. This was because the part of his consciousness he had left outside had noticed that several people were approaching him. As a last resort, he could only withdraw his soul avatar from his knowledge sea. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was stunned when he discovered who the people approaching him were. These people turned out to be the beautiful woman and her companions who had spoken a few words to him in the stone room before. There were 5 people in this beautiful woman's group, all of whom were second or third order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't know which force they came from, but since so many people could enter at once, this force was definitely not a small family or sect, so it should be quite strong. Why was she following behind him? Could it be that she saw that he was alone and didn't have a high cultivation, so she wanted to kill him? A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he deliberately paid attention to the movements of this group. No matter where they were in the Lu Yen Desert, the cultivator's divine sense would be greatly suppressed. Although Yang Kai was also suppressed, he was much stronger than this group of people, so he could easily monitor their movements without being detected. Soon, a faint conversation could be heard. "Senior Sister Chen, why are we looking for that guy? He's just a first-order Saint King cultivator. His strength is pitifully low. Letting him join us won't be of any help to us and will only drag us down," a burly man with a pockmarked face asked with an unwilling expression on his face. "That's right, Senior Sister Chen. That guy doesn't seem to have much skill at first glance. I don't know which small family he's a cultivator, but he was actually qualified to enter this place with such low strength. It seems that family definitely doesn't have a more powerful cultivator. Besides, if we let him join us, once we find something good, we'll definitely have to give him a share. It's not worth it." The 4 men and women behind the beautiful woman didn't understand why she wanted to bring Yang Kai along, thinking that she was simply being kind and wanted to help him, but this was the Lu Yen Desert. Helping others was fine anywhere, but here, there were dangers everywhere, and if they weren't careful, they could easily lose their lives. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they spare any effort to help others? After the 4 men and women finished speaking, the beautiful woman let out a faint sigh, her red lips parting slightly as she softly asked, "You all think his strength is low and he has no skill, right?" "Yes, isn't it obvious? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" The burly man with a pockmarked face stared widely as he thought of a possibility. "That shouldn't be the case." The beautiful woman shook her head. "If that's the case, why bring him along? Haha, you all know he has no skill, but why was he able to come here? Why was he able to break through the flame area?" Chapter 1198. As soon as the beautiful woman asked this question, all 4 of them froze for a moment, thinking that it made sense. Just how unbearable the flame area was. They had all experienced it firsthand. At that time, the 5 of them had spent a great deal of effort to break through the flame area and set foot in the treasure area. So how did a little first-order Saint King manage to do so? "Senior Sister Chun, do you know the reason?" The 4 all looked at the beautiful woman curiously. The beautiful woman shook her head. "I don't know, but I think he's a man of great luck." "A man of great luck?" The 4 men and women around the beautiful woman looked at each other. The beautiful woman surnamed Chen chuckled and pursed her lips. "I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you this, but I personally believe in this kind of thing. Some people are born with better luck, while others are born with worse luck. This is the result of different opportunities, which is why cultivator with the same aptitude can develop differently in life. I've seen many people with such luck over the years, and every time I follow them, I can more or less obtain some benefits. The burly man's mouth couldn't help twitching as he hesitantly asked, Senior Sister Chun, what you mean is that if we take him with us, we may obtain some unexpected benefits? Exactly. Think about it. It's already a miracle that a first-order Saint King cultivator like him was able to pass through the flame area. I think he didn't rely on his own ability, but rather found a safe path to enter the treasure area. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to pass through the last section of the flame area. What he relied on was his own luck. The beautiful woman's voice was soft, and although her words weren't convincing enough, they were still very comfortable to listen to. Of course, this alone isn't enough to explain everything, but what happened in that stone room later, I'm sure you all know. That stone room? Everyone thought back for a while, naturally recalling Yang Kai's performance and experience at that time. For a moment, all of them couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. Do you understand now? At that time, I thought that after the soul-cleansing divine water was distributed to Chu Changfeng, it would be impossible for him to obtain any benefits. I even advised him not to waste time and leave as soon as possible, but who could have guessed that in the end, everyone would have to soak in the pool together. No matter how many benefits he obtained, it wasn't as if he gained nothing. There are more than 10,000 cultivators who entered Lu Yin Sandfield, and there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators who entered the treasure area, but only 30 or so people benefited from the stone room, and he is the only first-order Saint King. From what Senior Sister Shin said, his luck is pretty good. The pockmarked man stroked the short beard on his chin and gently nodded. It seemed that he felt that the beautiful woman's words weren't without reason. Luck was an illusory thing, but no matter how one looked at it, the first-order Saint King cultivator's luck couldn't be too bad. Senior Sister, there is a saying that from the depths of misfortune comes bliss. What if he runs out of luck? Another female cultivator in the team secretly worried. There was no such thing as endless wealth in this world, and there was no such thing as inexhaustible luck. It doesn't matter. In any case, we have nothing to lose by bringing him along. If we really find something good, we'll just share some with him. If we don't find anything, it's just our bad luck. The beautiful woman smiled freely. Since Senior Sister says so, then let's bring him along. The pockmarked man saw that the beautiful woman was determined and no longer objected. Indeed, as the beautiful woman said, bringing him along wouldn't be a big loss. At most, they would just share some benefits with him. He was just a trivial first-order Saint King. How could he resist? If they really encountered some kind of great danger, he could only pray for his own good fortune. In any case, Senior Sister Shan said that he was a person of great destiny, so he shouldn't die casually. With the pockmarked man's words, everyone stopped talking and under the guidance of the beautiful woman, walked forward. Yang Kai took back his divine sense and wore a strange expression. A person of great destiny? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing dumbly. Being able to find that stone room had something to do with luck, but it was more because he was bold and didn't fear Chu Changfeng, so he chose to stay behind. If it had been anyone else, they would have left long ago. How could they have obtained any benefits? As for breaking through the flame area, was that really that difficult? It had nothing to do with luck, right? However, now that he had figured out why they had followed him, Yang Kai's displeased look disappeared. After all, these people didn't have any malicious intentions. Relatively speaking, they had good intentions. However, Yang Kai didn't want to act with others. If they thought he was dragging them down, he would think they were dragging him down. It was much more convenient to be alone. If he really found something good, he wouldn't have to share it with others. The beautiful woman's group wasn't far from Yang Kai, and perhaps because they had immediately chased after him after obtaining the spirit liquid, the group of 5 soon appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. In order to avoid any misunderstandings from Yang Kai, the beautiful woman surnamed Chun called out enthusiastically from a distance, "Little brother." Yang Kai pretended to have only just discovered their whereabouts and immediately showed a look of vigilance as he slowly got up. Little brother doesn't need to panic. The beautiful woman seemed to have expected this scene, and her seductive face filled with a kind smile, her beautiful eyes clear as she said, "We have no malicious intentions." Saying so, she quickly led the other 4 men and women over to Yang Kai. After they arrived in front of him, Yang Kai asked in a lukewarm tone, "What do you want?" "Hee, it's nothing. I just saw that little brother was alone, so I came to take a look." The beautiful woman replied with a smile. "Did you come here alone?" "You can say so," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You're really amazing." In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sandfield. The other 2 would probably be stuck in the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the second layer. Naturally, he was quite amazing. Yang Kai's face was filled with a sweet fragrance, and his mouth was also filled with sweetness. In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sandfield. The other 2 would probably only be able to reach the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the second layer. "Young lady, if you have something to say, just say it." Since he knew their purpose, Yang Kai didn't bother to beat around the bush and simply waited for her to bring it up. Quite a temper. The pockmarked man couldn't help sneering. In his opinion, Senior Sister Chun being willing to bring him along was a direct reflection of his good luck, but he hadn't expected this little brat to not give him any face at all. "Young lady." When the beautiful woman heard Yang Kai address her as such, she couldn't help smiling. She hadn't heard anyone call her this for a long time, so she quickly said, "It's like this, we are from Clear Sky Sect." After reporting her sect, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, seemingly thinking that since her sect was not weak, Yang Kai should be a little surprised, but Yang Kai still looked indifferent, making her feel quite embarrassed. Coughing lightly, she continued, "My name is Chun Tao, and these are my junior brother and junior sister. Seeing you wandering here alone, I'm afraid little brother doesn't know much about the dangers of the treasure area, right? Not only are there many monster beasts here, but there are also many inexplicable barriers and traps. It is very dangerous for someone with your cultivation to wander here. If you aren't careful, you may lose your life here." At this point, according to the beautiful woman's estimation, Yang Kai should panic and fear. So she would take advantage of this situation to say a few words of comfort and smoothly win him over. But she never expected him to remain indifferent, as if he didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. Chun Tao groaned in her heart, wondering what kind of family this little brat came from. It seemed he didn't know anything about Lu Yin's sandfield. Left with no choice, she could only cut to the chase. "If you are willing, you might as well act with us. Although the 5 of us aren't very powerful, it's still better than risking your life here alone. Of course, if we can find something good, we won't treat you unfairly. My Clear Sky Sect's disciples have a very good reputation outside, and there are no scums who bully the weak. What does little brother think?" It wasn't good to give a straight answer, so Yang Kai pretended to ponder for a while, but just as he was about to decline, he couldn't help frowning and turning his head to the side. Not far away, a fiery red light was rapidly approaching them like a bolt of lightning, arriving at their side in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin flying fire? Yang Kai's first thought was that this thing was Lu Yin flying fire. But soon, he denied this conjecture because this fiery red light was different from the Lu Yin flying fire he had seen before. Although its speed wasn't slow, it was definitely not as fast as Lu Yin flying fire. Yang Kai released his divine sense and was even able to catch a trace of it. What's more, this was the second layer's treasure area, so how could there be a Lu Yin flying fire? Wei Gucheng had said that something like Lu Yin flying fire only existed in the flame area, so it was impossible for it to appear in the treasure area. At the same time that Yang Kai discovered this fiery red light, Chen Tao and the others also noticed it. The burly man with the pockmarked face stared in the direction the red light disappeared, and after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, "A world spirit treasure?" Everyone else was visibly moved. Yang Kai also saw what that thing was. It was indeed a kind of world spirit treasure, but he couldn't determine its specific type. When that red light flashed in front of him just now, Yang Kai clearly felt a trace of vitality, so if it wasn't a world spirit treasure, what could it be? Not waiting for Kai Yang to give chase, from the direction the red light had come from, a figure hurriedly rushed over. HM? Seeing this person's face, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning as he stood in place. This person soon arrived in front of everyone. Originally, he was still a little vigilant. After all, He was chasing after a treasure, and suddenly having 6 people blocking his path made him feel uneasy. But when he saw that one of them was Yang Kai, he immediately relaxed and rushed over. Foreign Elder Chong. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted him. This person was none other than Chang Chi of the Haiku family. Yang Kai, you're here too? Chang Chi's face was filled with excitement, as if he had seen a close relative, laughing heartily. Chapter 11:99. Chang Chi wasn't surprised that Yang Kai could come here. Others didn't know how great Yang Kai's strength was, but Chang Chi was very clear. He had seen Yang Kai fight with a third-order Saint King cultivator several times, so if such a person couldn't break into the flame area, it would be too unreasonable. Chang Chi was happy that the two of them actually had a chance to meet here. Where's Foreign Elder Hao? Yang Kai looked behind him but didn't see any trace of Howen, so he quickly asked. Old Hao didn't come with me. We haven't seen each other since we came in, but don't worry, although Old Hao is quite old, he should have no problem breaking through the first layer of the flame area with his ability. Chang Chi smiled. It wasn't until this moment that he turned his eyes to Chen Shi Tao and the others and asked in surprise, we're from Clear Sky Sect? Chen Shi Tao smiled, thinking that this old man should be a cultivator from the same family as this young man. It seemed they weren't from a big family, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out such an old man. Clear Sky Sect. Unlike Yang Kai, when Chang Chi heard these 3 words, his expression immediately became dignified and he quickly cupped his fists. So it's Clear Sky Sect. My apologies for not recognizing you. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, unable to figure out how Yang Kai was related to Clear Sky Sect. Clear Sky Sect's forces weren't any weaker than Shadow Moon Hall's, and although it didn't have any outstanding disciples these years, its many years of accumulation and heritage had given it an extremely resounding reputation. So when Chang Chi heard Chen Shi Tao say they were from Clear Sky Sect, he didn't dare act negligently. This is the reaction a person of low birth should have when hearing about Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shi Tao thought to herself, the awkwardness caused by Yang Kai's indifference being swept away. Foreign Elder Chong, were you chasing that world's spirit treasure? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Chang Chi patted his thigh, a look of annoyance filling his face. That thing was simply sentient. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary little snake, but as soon as I got close, it turned into a streak of fire and flew away. I've never seen anything that can fly in the flowing flame sandfield before. Hearing him say this, everyone was shocked. Just now, when the spiritual object of heaven and earth flashed by, everyone was so excited that they completely forgot that the laws of heaven and earth here restricted all flying abilities. Now that they thought about it, it was really quite incredible. That thing was extraordinary. This thought popped into everyone's minds, causing the eyes of the 5 Clear Sky Sect disciples to burn with excitement. Hurry up and chase after him, Yang Kai said, and immediately rushed in the direction where the red light had disappeared. Chang Chi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed and walked side by side with Yang Kai. Senior Sister Sean. The pockmarked face man licked his dry lips and muttered, he really is a person of great fortune. Before, when Chen Shi Tao said that this young man's luck was extraordinary, they were all skeptical, but how could they have known that just after coming into contact with him, they would encounter a world's spirit treasure? This kind of thing was extremely rare, and each of them was priceless. With the facts in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it now. Looking at Chen Shi Tao, their eyes were filled with admiration, thinking that she was truly a good judge of character. What should we do? Another female cultivator asked. Chase. Chen Shi Tao stomped her foot and shot forward while the other 4 hurriedly used their movement skills and pushed their Saint Chi to their limits. Yang Kai, those Clear Sky Sect disciples. Chang Chi looked back at the 5 people who had caught up with him with some uneasiness. I'm not familiar with them, we've just met by chance. Yang Kai replied with a smile, don't worry about them. If we can catch up with that world's spirit treasure, just snatch it. It'll belong to whoever grabs it, but if they dare to use force, we won't be polite either. Good, with your words, I can rest assured. Chang Chi's expression relaxed as he became full of energy. He had come to the Lu Yin Desert in search of opportunities, and now that such an opportunity was right in front of him, let alone Clear Sky Sect's disciples, Even if heaven-battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect's disciples stood in his way, he would fight for it. After all, he wouldn't live for many years, so dying for the martial Tao would not be in vain. Although the 6 people in the 2 groups had all raised their speeds to their limits, the fact that they couldn't fly in this place still caused them a lot of trouble. Yang Kai had been delayed for a few breaths while waiting for Chang-Chi, but now it was impossible for him to catch up with the flame, so he could only carefully follow its path and sense the vitality and aura it left behind. This was the only way to avoid losing track of it. For an elder Chang, tell me more about that world spirit treasure, Yang Kai took the time to ask. I didn't get a good look at it, but it looked like a small cyan snake that was lying motionless on a patch of soul-nourishing flowers. I only found it when I was collecting those soul-nourishing flowers. Soul-nourishing flowers? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally had the right to speak about the effects of herbs. Soul-nourishing flowers were Saint King-grade herbs, and the medicinal fragrance they emitted could calm one's mind and nourish one's soul. They could be used to refine several kinds of pills. However, world spirit treasures were essentially spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so why would it absorb the medicinal fragrance of soul-nourishing flowers? Could it be that this small snake-like world spirit treasure had developed a soul and gained sentience? But even so, it shouldn't be interested in soul-nourishing flowers. It was really strange. While Yang Kai and Chang-Chi were talking, Chen Shitao and the others behind them were quite surprised, because they discovered that Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was not slower than any of them, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up to him. Chen Shitao was greatly surprised and couldn't understand this first-order Saint King cultivator. Not long after, Yang Kai and Chang-Chi came to a stop in front of a large plain. This plain was covered in thick grass that was 2 to 3 meters tall, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here. It was as if this fertile land was only suitable for growing weeds. This situation was very unusual. Yang Kai had chased them all the way here, but the vitality and aura left behind by the fiery light had been cut off here. He didn't know whether it was hiding or for some other reason. However, Yang Kai was certain that the small snake-like world spirit treasure was hiding here. Let's split up and search. With so many weeds, it should be difficult to find it. Pay attention to any special energy fluctuations. Maybe there are some kind of barriers here, Yang Kai said lightly. Okay. Chang-Chi nodded and immediately separated from Yang Kai. A moment later, Chen Shitao and the others also arrived. Seeing Yang Kai and Howen disappear into the weeds, the 4 of them immediately turned their eyes to Chen Shitao. Let's also split up and search. Chen Shitao made a prompt decision. With a world spirit treasure right in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? The 5 people from Clear Sky sect also followed Yang Kai and Chang-Chi and scattered in 5 different directions to begin their search. Searching for something in this kind of place was a headache. Even if Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful and could cover a wide range, he didn't have much of an advantage. Who knew how that world spirit treasure was able to conceal itself without revealing the slightest flaw? After searching for 2 hours, Yang Kai was considering whether to give up and not waste any more time here when he suddenly noticed an energy fluctuation coming from a place 10 kilometers away. Did someone discover something? Yang Kai's face lit up and he immediately rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the location where the energy fluctuation was coming from and found that the 5 people from Clear Sky sect had actually gathered around a large hole, all of them wearing excited expressions. Several of them were peering into the hole, but none of them dared to enter. The burly man with the pockmarked face was talking to Chen Shitao, and from what he was saying, it was obvious he had inadvertently discovered something unusual here, so he had attacked it. But how could he have known he would create a hole in the ground? However, whether this hole was a blessing or a curse, he wasn't sure. So he sent a message to Chen Shitao and the others to gather together and carefully discuss what to do next. When Yang Kai arrived, the 5 people all glanced at him but didn't show any intention of driving him away, instead continuing to discuss. A moment later, Chang-Chi also arrived, apparently having heard the same movement as Yang Kai. Did you find it? Chang-Chi stared at the hole, and his eyes lit up. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. He hadn't found anything noteworthy from this hole, but the appearance of a hole here was really intriguing, so naturally, it was necessary to explore it. However, this hole had been discovered by others first, so Yang Kai couldn't be the first to enter. If he really did so, he would inevitably draw the ire of the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect, so he could only wait. While Chen Shirtao and the others were discussing, they glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time, some shaking their heads while others nodded, as if there was some kind of dispute. However, Chen Shirtao quickly said a few words, and those who shook their heads could only nod in agreement. After reaching a consensus, Chen Shirtao suddenly smiled and walked over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained calm, and although he didn't understand what she wanted to do, he didn't feel the slightest malice from her. "Little brother, do you and this old man want to explore this hole?" Chen Shirtao asked. "You're willing to let us in?" Yang Kai raised his brow, seeming a little surprised. "Naturally, although this hole was discovered by my junior brother, in the end, we all chased here together. So discovering this hole is also thanks to your efforts." Chen Shirtao smiled lightly. "It's not that simple, is it? Tell me your conditions." Yang Kai smiled thoughtfully. Chen Shirtao was startled for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling. "Little brother really is a sensible person. Then I'll be frank, no one knows what's inside this hole, but there may be some kind of opportunity or hidden disaster. You also know that Lu Yin Desert is full of dangers, so although this hole looks ordinary, who knows what dangers lie below? We don't dare to go down." Yang Kai gently nodded, not interrupting, motioning for her to continue. Chen Shirtao continued, "Little brother seems to have very good luck, so I was wondering if you could be the first to explore. With your luck, you should be able to avoid many dangers. Of course, you must consider this matter carefully. If you don't want to, we won't force you." "So, they want me to explore the way." Yang Kai suddenly understood. Even if they didn't say anything, Yang Kai would have gone down himself, not to mention now that they had invited him. It was perfectly justifiable. Chapter 1200. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai didn't immediately express his opinion, instead showing a look of hesitation as he rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. Just as Chen Shirtao was secretly worried that Yang Kai would refuse, Yang Kai finally spoke. "There's no problem with being the first one to explore, but how do you plan to distribute the benefits we obtain? Little brother can rest assured, we are not heaven battling union, so we won't act so overbearingly. As for the benefits we obtain, we'll distribute them according to the number of people present. You see, there are 7 people here, so when the time comes, we'll divide the treasures into 7 parts, each of us taking a share." This kind of distribution seemed to give Clear Sky Sect an advantage. After all, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would naturally take more, but in reality, it was very fair. After all, the other side had 5 second or third order Saint Kings. If it had been Heaven Battling Union's cultivator, they would have driven away Yang Kai and Chang Chi or even killed them, so how could they share anything with them? Chen Shirtao being able to make such a proposal was already extremely fair. However, what they didn't know was that if they really dared to drive them away, the only ones who would suffer would be themselves. What if there isn't enough to divide into 7 parts? Yang Kai asked a very sharp question. That's simple. If there really isn't enough to divide into 7 parts, then everyone can bid for the treasures they obtain. The highest bidder wins. In this way, those with financial resources will get treasures, while those without will get Saint Crystals. This is how we usually do things when we go out adventuring. Chen Shirtao had obviously encountered this kind of situation more than once or twice, so she immediately came up with a plan that satisfied Yang Kai. Since the other party was so sincere, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't say anything more, immediately nodding, "Good, then we'll do as you say. I'll take the lead. I'm young and strong, so I don't fear any danger, but this foreign elder Chang is already quite old. I'll bring up the rear. How about this old sir walk in front of this mistress?" Chen Shirtao smiled lightly. She knew what Yang Kai was worried about and immediately took the initiative to assume a certain amount of risk. "Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, having no choice but to admit that this beautiful woman named Chen Shirtao really had some skill. She was the kind of person who was able to consider the risks and concerns of others and put herself in their shoes. It was no wonder the other 4 men and women all looked at her as if she was their leader. This made Yang Kai have a good impression of her, as there weren't many such people nowadays. Yang Kai estimated that Chen Tao's mind her name. She should have some reputation in Clear Sky sect and was likely a core disciple or something. After discussing this matter, he didn't waste time. Was the first place Chen Tao? Chen Tao, Yang Yangs of Yang Kai, and Chen Yangs, ants, Yang this. The 5 Clear Sky sect disciples all looked at each other with strange expressions. Now they were more and more certain that Yang Kai was a man of great destiny. This guy had acted so rashly and impulsively, jumping into an unknown hole without even taking out a defensive artifact to protect himself. Even if he didn't use an artifact, shouldn't he at least circulate his Saint Chi to protect himself? Yet, he had just jumped straight down. If he wasn't a man of great destiny, with his style of conduct, he would have died countless times along the way. How could he have survived? Let's follow him. Changqi saw the 5 people standing still and couldn't help reminding them. If Yang Kai and the others really encountered some kind of danger down there, it wouldn't be good for them to just stand there. Let's follow. Chen Tao nodded helplessly. The other 4 men and women from Clear Sky sect immediately pushed their Saint Chi and jumped into the hole one after another. After they jumped in, Changqi followed closely behind while Chen Tao brought up the rear. The hole was very deep, so after Yang Kai jumped in, he began sliding down. This hole should have been naturally formed as the walls were as smooth as jade, so he didn't need to expend any effort to descend. Although Yang Kai didn't use a defensive artifact, nor did he push his Saint Chi to protect himself, his divine sense was always on high alert. If there really was danger, he would immediately take defensive measures. To his surprise, there wasn't the slightest dangerous aura in this hole. After sliding down for half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai estimated that he had descended at least 3,000 or 4,000 meters into the ground without encountering any danger. Suddenly, an extremely pure energy rushed up from below, causing Yang Kai's spirit to shake as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This energy was so rich that it was even purer than the aura of the spirit liquid in the stalactite cave. Being able to produce such a rich aura, it was obvious there was something good down below. After sliding down another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally stepped onto the ground, his figure flickering as he moved away from his original position to make room for the person behind him. Next, he took out a strange illumination stone from his space ring. Releasing a soft light, Yang Kai used the illumination of the illumination stone to see where he was. This was an underground cavern with an underground river flowing not far away, the water of which was so clear that he could see the bottom. The cavern wasn't very large, only about a few dozen meters in diameter, but around this underground cavern, there were numerous tunnels leading to unknown depths. From each of these tunnels, there was an extremely rich world energy. Looking left and right, Kai Yang's eyes lit up when he saw a certain passageway. He actually found a faint trace at the entrance of the passageway. It was exactly the same as the trace he saw when he was chasing after the small snake-shaped, spiritual object of heaven and earth. Although the aura was very faint and quickly dissipated, it was definitely a trace left behind by it. It had actually come here to hide. Yang Kai didn't rush to find it, and instead stood in place and waited. A moment later, the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect and Changqi arrived one after another. After discovering the strangeness of this cavern and the richness of the world energy aura here, all of them were overjoyed and excited. Senior Sister Chun, what is this place? What good things are inside? Among the group, another female cultivator couldn't hold back her joy and hurriedly asked Chen Tao, "How would I know? Little brother came down first. Did you find anything special?" Chen Tao turned her eyes to Yang Kai. "No," Yang Kai shook his head. "I've been waiting for you here since I came down." Changqi frowned, seemingly thinking of something, and his expression couldn't help changing. Chen Tao observed Yang Kai's expression and couldn't help casting her beautiful eyes towards him. "Has old sir discovered something? If so, please enlighten me." Changqi chuckled. "Young lady is too serious. This old man wouldn't dare enlighten you. But if this old man is not mistaken, this place should be a mineral lode." A mineral lode? Chen Tao and the others were surprised. A Saint Crystal mineral lode. Changqi's voice was low as he uttered these words, adding, "And it's a rich mineral lode." "Is it really a Saint Crystal mineral lode?" Chun Shirtao's beautiful eyes flashed with a thick sense of surprise while the expressions of the other four men and women were not much better, all of them extremely excited. This old man doesn't dare make any guarantees, but he is at least 80% certain, Changqi smiled faintly. Because this old man once mined Saint Crystals from a Saint Crystal mineral lode in Shadow Moon Hall, he is somewhat familiar with this place. As for whether it really is a Saint Crystal mineral lode, we'll know once we investigate it. Everyone thought about it and immediately decided to investigate. There were many passages in the cave, but Yang Kai still took the lead and deliberately chose an inconspicuous entrance to enter. After entering less than 300 meters, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Even though he had seen many great storms and had a net worth of over 100 million Saint Crystals, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge, intact Saint Crystal mineral lode. This Saint Crystal had not yet been cut and was the size of several houses, blocking the passage ahead. Judging from the purity and impurities of this huge Saint Crystal, as well as the world energy fluctuations it gave off, it was definitely a high-rank Saint Crystal. Even deeper inside, there was no telling how many more Saint Crystals there were. From behind Kai Yang came the sound of someone swallowing their saliva. Gudong, gudong, gudong. On Shadowed Star, Saint Crystal mineral lodes were extremely rare. Although the great forces and sects were extremely generous at treasure trove pavilions auctions, that was because they had accumulated many years of wealth and heritage. Coupled with the fact that Lu Yin Sandfield was about to open, everyone didn't hesitate to spend more Saint Crystals to purchase defensive items for their disciples so they could obtain as many benefits as possible from the Lu Yin Sandfield. This was a kind of investment, and as long as these disciples could make good use of the items they bought, any benefits they could obtain from the Lu Yin Sandfield would be enough to make up for the Saint Crystals they spent. However, no matter how generous these people were, they still couldn't hide the scarcity of Saint Crystal mineral lodes on this cultivation star. Clear Sky Sect was a great sect, no worse than Shadow Moon Hall. Chen Shirtao had heard that the sect controlled more than a dozen large and small mineral lodes, of which only 2 were high-rank Saint Crystal lodes, while the rest were mid-rank and low-rank Saint Crystal lodes. Moreover, none of them were rich mines. The amount of Saint Crystals they could extract was far from the standard of a rich mine. What was a rich mine? A rich mine was the Saint Crystal lode in front of them. A lode of Saint Crystal that could be seen anywhere was a rich mine. So when she saw this huge high-rank Saint Crystal lode floating in the air, Chen Shirtao couldn't help feeling excited. If such a lode was completely mined, it would definitely allow Clear Sky Sect's financial resources to rise to a whole new level. There was actually such a coveted lode hidden in the Lu Yin sand field, so how come no one had ever discovered it before? There's no need to distribute it, right? Yang Kai suddenly turned around and asked, pulling Chen Shirtao's attention back from her shock. No need, although I haven't checked the other channels yet. I think they should all be the same. Let's all mine our own and keep whatever we mine. Chen Shirtao waved her hand quickly. It had only been a little over a month since the opening of the Lu Yin sandfield, so there was still about 5 months until the deadline. If they stayed here to mine Saint Crystals for such a long time. Chapter 1201. Chen Shirtao was already worried about whether or not her space ring was big enough, and whether or not she should contact some of her fellow sect brothers and sisters to mine together. This was the biggest opportunity of all. Even if they didn't need the spirit grasses and spirit medicines outside, as long as they had enough Saint Crystals, how could they not be able to buy anything good? Considering all this, Chen Shirtao suddenly turned a burning gaze towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to see just how strong his hidden destiny was, allowing him to casually lead them to such great benefits. Just in case, everyone went to investigate the other channels, wanting to see if there was anything else besides Saint Crystals. Unsurprisingly, after exploring a few of the channels, all they saw after entering were huge high-rank Saint Crystals exposed to the air. There's still plenty of time. Let's split up and mine as much as we can before the Lu Yin sandfield closes. If we can mine all the mineral lodes here, that's naturally a good thing. But if we can't, A trace of hesitation flashed across Qian Shitao's face as she glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could only say, "Then let's bring this news back to the sect and wait until the next time the Lu Yin sandfield opens. We'll have others come to mind." According to her thoughts, at this moment, it was natural to contact her fellow sect brothers and sisters. The more people there were, the faster the mining speed would be and the more benefits they would obtain. But now, in addition to the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect, there was also an outsider, Yang Kai. So Chen Shitao couldn't call others over to avoid arousing disgust. Changqi didn't care, but this young man named Yang Kai's destiny was not small, so Chen Shitao wanted to make friends with him. Perhaps she would be able to obtain some benefits from following him around in the future. Her decision made Yang Kai very satisfied, and he immediately nodded in agreement. The 7 of them immediately scattered, and each found a channel to enter before using their own methods to mine St. Crystals. Yang Kai naturally chose the St. Crystal channel he had been eyeing for a long time, but after walking less than 100 meters in, the road ahead was blocked by a huge block of St. Crystal. Yang Kai condensed his demonic flame into a sharp knife and easily cut into the St. Crystal mine, cutting off large chunks of St. Crystal the size of a wash basin before throwing them into his space ring. Although Yang Kai wasn't as keen on mining St. Crystals as others, having more St. Crystals wasn't necessarily a bad thing. While working hard to mine, Yang Kai carefully looked around, trying to find where the little snake-like spirit creature of heaven and earth was hiding. Although he was sure that it had entered this passage, there was no other way out, and Yang Kai didn't find anything suspicious. The heaven and earth spiritual object seemed to have disappeared after entering this place. This made Yang Kai very puzzled. Thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation other than drilling into the St. Crystal mine. But could a world spirit treasure drill into a St. Crystal mine? He didn't know what kind of world spirit creature could have such an ability. On top of that, there was something strange about this place. Logically speaking, with such a large St. Crystal lode underground, the plains above should have been filled with spirit grasses and spirit medicines, but there was nothing here except weeds. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai could only dig deeper as he investigated. Large chunks of St. Crystal were thrown into his space ring, and the St. Crystal mine in this channel decreased at a rapid rate. The sharp knife condensed from demonic flame was extremely sharp and could easily cut through St. Crystal, but the demonic flame had the ability to burn everything, so when it cut through, it would cause a lot of damage. The loss of 1 or 2 St. Crystals wasn't great, but over time, the loss would become difficult to estimate. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood and transformed it into the shape of a short sword. The golden blood short sword casually sliced through the St. Crystal mine like it was tofu. The ease with which it cut through the St. Crystal was unimaginably easy. Now, not only did his speed increase, but he also didn't lose any St. Crystals, making Yang Kai quite satisfied. One day later, Yang Kai had harvested a large number of St. Crystals, but there was still no trace of the little snake-like world spirit creature, and the passage he was in was a dozen or so meters deeper. Just as Yang Kai was working hard to mine St. Crystals, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the cave and Changqi's figure appeared. Foreign Elder Chang wore an excited look at the moment as he suppressed his aura and footsteps. Seeing Yang Kai look over suspiciously, he couldn't help beckoning to him with a mysterious look. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he must have found something good, and his eyes couldn't help lighting up as he quietly walked over. Following Changqi out, Yang Kai asked with his divine sense, "Did you find the trace of the world spirit creature? Is it hiding here?" Changqi gawked, a blank expression appearing on his face. "It was hiding here. It went to my passage, but unfortunately I didn't find it." Changqi shook his head and replied, "I didn't come to find you because of it, but because I found something very special." This old man's eyes were too poor to recognize it, nor did he dare touch it rashly. "You came from the outside world and are quite knowledgeable, so you must know something about it." Hearing Changqi say this, Yang Kai was a little disappointed, but he was also a little expectant, immediately falling silent and following him to another passage. Some of the St. Crystal in this passage had already been mined by Changqi, but not as much as Yang Kai had, only half of it. Even so, it was still a huge fortune. Take a look. Do you recognize this? Chang-Chi pointed forward. Yang Kai looked in the direction Chang-Chi was pointing, and his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Inside the St. Crystal mine in front of him, there was actually a small tree-like thing. This small tree was about a meter tall, and whether it was its tiny branches or leaves, they all seemed to be polished from crystal stone, pure white and crystal clear, giving it a very beautiful appearance. It seemed to have grown out of the St. Crystal mine, but at the same time, it also seemed to have been frozen like a fossil, giving it a lifelike appearance. Yang Kai couldn't feel any vitality from it, but there were all kinds of wonderful auras emanating from its branches and leaves. Whether it was Chang-Chi or Yang Kai, when they sensed this aura, they both felt a sense of enlightenment. Chang-Chi even noticed that the bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years showed faint signs of loosening. This situation gave him a fright, and he quickly suppressed the restless Saint Chi in his body, not daring to have any distracting thoughts. This was the Lu Yin Sandfield, and any origin-returning realm master who entered the Lu Yin Sandfield would die without a doubt. Chang-Chi was now a peak third-order Saint King, but once he broke through here, he would reach the origin-returning realm. At that time, he would only die under the world principles of the Lu Yin Sandfield. It was because of this concern that Chang-Chi hurriedly went to find Yang Kai after discovering this white jade-like tree. Firstly, he didn't recognize this thing and didn't know how to deal with it, and secondly, he didn't dare to touch it casually. If this thing allowed him to break through, it would be a huge mistake, even though he knew it was definitely something good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscrupulously immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, a look of comfort appearing on his face. But soon, he returned to normal and stared at the small tree in the middle of the St. Crystal mine with a fluctuating expression. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh and said, "This should be the 9-branched jade crystal tree." 9-branched jade crystal tree? Chang-Chi was obviously hearing this for the first time and couldn't help asking in amazement, "What is that?" "It's a supreme treasure of heaven and earth," Yang Kai said in a low voice. "It's an existence even higher than world spirit treasures. I've read about it in an ancient book before. It can only be found in rich high-rank St. Crystal mines and has a very small chance of being born. After absorbing the essence of the St. Crystal mine for 10,000 years, a small seedling will be born. This 9-branched jade crystal tree has already grown to a height of 3 meters, so it must have existed here for at least 20 or 30,000 years, perhaps even longer." Chang-Chi couldn't help feeling shocked. No matter what it was, existing for 20 or 30,000 years was a very extraordinary existence. Even a weed could gain sentience and become a world spirit treasure. However, this 9-branched jade crystal tree was born from a Saint Crystal lode and was one of the richest high-rank Saint Crystal lodes. Just this alone was already extremely valuable, so it was easy to imagine how astonishing its value was. Yang Kai knew all of this because he had read about it in Rainfall Star Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao's ancient books were very messy, but thanks to this, Yang Kai was able to learn about some very wonderful things. That ancient book not only recorded the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but also the soul-warming lotus, as well as a variety of other supreme treasures. Although the value of the 9-branched jade crystal tree was not as great as the soul-warming lotus, it was still incomparable to ordinary treasures. However, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the 9-branched jade crystal tree, in the entire territory of the starry sky, most cultivator had only ever heard of them, never seen them. Only a very long time ago had they appeared for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. What use does it have? Can it be used for alchemy? Chang-Chi saw that Yang Kai really had some understanding of this thing and immediately asked, "Alchemy?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Naturally it can be used for alchemy, but using it for alchemy is really a waste of heaven's treasures. If those masters who know about the existence of the 9-branched jade crystal tree were to learn of it, I'm afraid they would turn us into ashes." Ahem. Chang-Chi's face turned bright red, knowing that he had been a bit ignorant and had probably asked a ridiculous question. "You should have experienced its greatest use by now. If one cultivates near it, it can help a cultivator break through their bottleneck." "It's a very good thing," Yang Kai nodded. Most of the things that could help a cultivator break through bottlenecks were special pills, but if a cultivator couldn't break through after taking a pill, taking a second one would have no effect. However, the 9-branch jade crystal tree was different. It could allow a cultivator to integrate their state of mind into their cultivation, naturally eliminating bottlenecks. Taking a pill was an external push, but the wonders of the 9-branch jade crystal tree could fundamentally solve a cultivator's bottleneck. The effects of the two were simply not on the same level. Sure enough, when Changqi heard this, his eyes lit up and his body trembled with excitement. Chapter 1202. The reason why Changqi and Howen were unable to break through to the origin returning realm was because they were stuck at a bottleneck. The Haika family did not have the ability to purchase origin condensing pills for them, so without some kind of special opportunity, they would remain third-order Saint Kings for the rest of their lives, never reaching the origin returning realm. The two of them had come to the Lu Yin Desert to fulfill their agreement with Yin and to find an opportunity to break through. But now, this little tree in front of them could easily help them break through their bottlenecks, so how could Changqi not be excited? When he thought about how he and Old Hao could finally take that step forward, Changqi couldn't help bursting into tears. There was one thing Yang Kai didn't tell Changqi, and that was the magic of this 9-branch jade crystal tree. It could help a cultivator break through any bottleneck. Whether it was a bottleneck in cultivation, martial skills, or spiritual energy, as long as it was a hindrance to the cultivator's progress, it could help the cultivator. Moreover, the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the benefits. When a cultivator cultivated, they pursued the heavenly way and martial Tao, but the further they advanced, the more difficult it would be to break through. This was not only the accumulation of time, but also the comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. If breaking through to the origin returning realm was so difficult, one could imagine how difficult it would be to break through to the origin king realm. But the 9-branch jade crystal tree could help a cultivator solve this problem. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. To some extent, it was even more valuable than the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus could only be used by one person, but the 9-branch jade crystal tree could be used by countless people. It's not difficult to explain why there are only weeds growing on the plains above and no spirit grasses or spirit medicines. Yang Kai smiled. Changqi reflexively asked, why? Because it is impossible for there to be any spirit grasses or spirit medicines in this place. It has already absorbed all the heavenly luck within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Yang Kai said, suddenly frowning. Changqi apparently also thought of something and quickly asked, but isn't that world's spirit treasure here? Yang Kai slowly glanced at him and guessed, that may not be a spirit object of heaven and earth. In any case, with this 9-branch jade crystal tree in hand, Yang Kai and Changqi had completely forgotten about the matter of world spirit treasures. Changqi didn't dare to touch this precious treasure for fear that he would break through here, but Yang Kai didn't have any scruples. Wielding his golden sword, he dug out a large chunk of Saint Crystal from the 9-branch jade crystal tree and threw it directly into the black book space. Inside his space ring, there were only a few unimportant things, while the important ones were all hidden inside the black book space. Exalted Chong, I'll keep this for now. When you return, I'll take it out and return it to you. It'll definitely help you break through to the return to void stage. After all, it was Changqi who found this item. Although Yang Kai coveted it, he wouldn't take it for himself. Changqi quickly waved his hand and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. You're treating me like an outsider. It's not that this old master doesn't know the value of this thing, but this old master understands his own situation. This kind of treasure is not something I'm qualified to possess. Possessing it is a disaster, not a blessing. This old master is already so old, and his only wish in life is to break through to the origin returning realm. When this old master and Old Hao were at our most helpless, it was you, Yang Kai, who helped us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the Lu Yin sandfield. If you hadn't brought this old master here, this old master wouldn't have been able to reach this place. You can keep this 9-branch jade crystal tree with you. When we leave, Old Hao and I can cultivate next to it for a while. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai no longer acted polite and immediately nodded, good, in the future, when you and Foreign Elder Hao come to Dragon Cave Mountain together, You'll definitely live a better life than you did in the Haiku family. Breaking through to the Origin King realm isn't impossible. Changqi laughed. That will be my goal in the future. Obviously, he didn't have much hope. He hadn't broken through to the Origin Returning realm yet, so how could he hope to reach the Origin King realm? What's more, it had been countless years since an Origin King realm master had appeared on Shadowed Star, so Changqi didn't think he could break through this barrier. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. In any case, his goal was to reach the Origin King realm. If Shadowed Star wasn't enough, then he would go to another cultivation star. He wouldn't be trapped here. When the time came, he would take them with him. After obtaining the 9-branch jade crystal tree, Yang Kai returned to his own tunnel and began mining again. The entire underground cavern was quiet, with only the sound of mining coming from inside each tunnel. Whether it was the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect or Yang Kai, Changqi, all of them had a huge harvest. Time flew by, and soon, 4 days had passed. Yang Kai had already dug more than 300 meters into his tunnel and had obtained a total of 3 million Saint Crystals, but he still hadn't found any trace of the little snake-like world spirit treasure. Now that the 9-branch jade crystal tree had appeared here, he was even more curious about the little snake-like spiritual being of heaven and earth, because he really wanted to know how it had grown in the place where the 9-branch jade crystal tree was, or if it had accidentally entered this place in order to avoid their pursuit. As such, Yang Kai continued to dig deeper. 2 days later, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he wondered if he should give up. Yang Kai's biggest purpose in entering the Lu Yin sandfield was to refine the profounding sunflower water, but the flame area in the first layer didn't meet his requirements, so he didn't stay there for long. Instead, he wanted to go to the flame area behind the treasure area to see what was going on. Wasting time here wasn't worth it. Although Saint Crystals were valuable, Yang Kai felt that if he wanted them, it would be a simple matter, so there was no need to waste time here. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and decided to dig for 2 more days. After 2 days, no matter what the result was, he would have to leave this place. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck, but half a day after Yang Kai made his decision, after digging out a large piece of Saint Crystal, he immediately felt a distinctive aura overflow from it. This aura was very strange, and although it was extremely faint, it contained a kind of majesty. Under this aura, Kai Yang even had a feeling of fear and trepidation, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, ready to kill him at any time. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble, and he quickly immersed himself in resisting this inexplicable majesty. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his body lighten, and when he carefully examined himself, his expression became strange. This kind of majestic aura was very familiar to him. It wasn't the majesty of the demon eye of annihilation, but rather the feeling the golden dragon tattoo on his body gave off when it materialized. Although it was somewhat different, it was fundamentally the same. Sensing this anomaly, Yang Kai immediately became excited and accelerated the movements of his hands, throwing piece after piece of Saint Crystal into his space ring. As he went deeper, the majestic aura became more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai even felt a burst of heat coming from his body, not because of anything else, but because the golden dragon tattoo was swimming around his body at this moment, as if it had come to life, and even a faint dragon roar resounded in his ears. Not only that, but the Ice Phoenix tattoo that had been his brand all this time also seemed to have been stimulated and was now letting out a loud phoenix cry. What was inside that had caused the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances to stir? A few dozen meters further in, when Yang Kai cut out a piece of Saint Crystal, a blue light suddenly burst out in front of him, illuminating the entire passage in a strange green hue. Yang Kai immediately narrowed his eyes and pushed his Saint Chi to resist the fierce pressure coming from in front of him. In an instant, his breathing became somewhat difficult and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, but in the next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Only the blue light continued to shine brighter and brighter. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise. In the passage he had dug out, there was a sealed space. This space wasn't very big, only about 10 meters in diameter, and inside this space was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but there was a small green snake swimming inside. This snake seemed to have its own sentience, and when it saw Yang Kai looking at it, it began swimming even faster, as if it was alive. Yang Kai felt the aura of a soul from this little snake. It was definitely the little snake that Chang-Chi had chased after, and which he had mistakenly thought was a world spirit treasure. But now, Yang Kai discovered that it really wasn't a world spirit treasure, but a soul. In other words, there was a reason why Chang-Chi had found it near the soul-nourishing flower. Souls couldn't exist for long, so every once in a while, they would have to go to the soul-nourishing flower to absorb its fragrance to maintain the stability of their soul. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Chang-Chi would accidentally discover it and chase it all the way here. The dignified green light was emitted by this small snake, but it was clearly very weak at the moment. It seemed to be powerless as it swam within the pillar. The dignified aura only burst out for a moment before subsiding. Its soul was incomplete, so it must have suffered some kind of injury before, so it shouldn't have much of its consciousness left. Yang Kai was curious as to what kind of soul it belonged to, and how could it be so powerful. Next to the round bead where the little snake was, there was a bone several feet long. It was as thick as a baby's arm and looked like a crystal jade pillar. Although it had been there for countless years, there wasn't the slightest sign of damage. Instead, there was an extremely fierce aura coming from it, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had suddenly awakened. Feeling this fierce aura, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This bone wasn't the bone of a human, but the bone of a monster beast. It couldn't be a dragon bone, right? Yang Kai's eyes bulged. Combining this with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances, Yang Kai's mind suddenly surged with an incredible idea. Only this could explain why the Golden Dragon tattoo and the Ice Phoenix tattoo were so excited. The little snake inside the round bead didn't look normal either. Not only did it have 2 horns on its head, but it also had claws and 2 whiskers on its chin. It was clearly a miniature version of the legendary ancient dragon. Yang Kai's heart pounded. Even when he obtained the 9-branch jade crystal tree a few days ago, he hadn't been so excited. This was because he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation, so the existence of the 9-branch jade crystal tree was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. The biggest use of the 9-branch jade crystal tree was to help his friends and family break through. Chapter 1203. Although the 9-branch jade crystal tree was extremely precious, a priceless treasure, Yang Kai didn't need it. So when he discovered it, he was only a little excited before quickly returning to normal. However, when he thought that this long bone in front of him might be the dragon bone of an ancient dragon, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Dragons and phoenixes were 2 of the most powerful creatures, born from the birth of heaven and earth. They were the emperors of the monster race, but they only existed in legends, whether it was Tong Xin realm or star territory. No one had ever seen a dragon or a phoenix, but many descendants of these 2 powerful creatures still existed. For example, in Tong Xin realm, the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon had a trace of the ancient dragon's bloodline flowing through his veins. There was also the predecessor of the Thunderwood that Yang Kai had previously obtained, the 10th Order Thunder Luan monster beast, which had a trace of the phoenix's bloodline flowing through its veins. After the Thunder Luan died, its essence, chi, soul, and even its monster core condensed into one, allowing the Thunderwood to grow and nourish it. The Thunderwood was still in Yang Kai's Black Book space and had not been used because it was so precious. Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant to take it out for Yang Yin to use in artifact refining. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances Yang Kai and Su Yin had obtained also contained traces of these 2 powerful creatures, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior had said before that Yang Kai had a faint monster emperor aura. These 2 powerful creatures could be said to be immortal existences with immortal bodies. However, this long bone in front of him was very similar to the legendary dragon bone, which made Yang Kai very confused, not knowing whether his guess was correct or not. Since the dragon and phoenix were immortal existences, where did this dragon bone come from? If his guess was correct, then wouldn't this pigeon egg-sized bead be a dragon bead? Wouldn't the little snake inside the dragon bead be a broken dragon soul? No matter what, I'll keep them first. I'll have plenty of time to study them when I get back. After making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached for the bead in front of him. But before Yang Kai's hand could touch the bead, the small snake that was swimming restlessly in the bead suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a green mist. The mist directly penetrated the bead and covered Yang Kai's big hand. There was no bad feeling, but Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This was because when the green mist enveloped his hand, he suddenly discovered that he had lost all feeling in his hand. Moreover, a wooden texture quickly appeared on the back of his hand. It was as if his hand would turn into wood in the next moment. Moreover, this phenomenon continued to spread from his hand to his arm, as if it wanted to turn his entire body into wood. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retracted his hand, circulating his demonic flame. Yang Kai's black flames burned brightly as he tried to disperse this strange energy with his demonic flame, but to his dismay, even with the terrifying power of his demonic flame, he was unable to disperse the blue mist on his hand and was only able to prevent it from spreading further. The feeling in his hand disappeared even more, causing Yang Kai's expression to become gloomy. Even the circulation of his Saint Chi was blocked. Fortunately, his demonic flame was also extraordinary and was not something an ordinary cultivator's Saint Chi could compare to. For a time, the black demonic flame and the green mist confronted each other on Yang Kai's wrist. The green mist was unable to advance, and the demonic flame was unable to do anything to it, only able to block it. After secretly observing for a while, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his demonic flame could block the green mist, it was fine. However, after this incident, not only did Yang Kai not feel angry or frightened, he instead became more and more certain that his guess was correct. This little snake soul was incomplete and extremely weak, otherwise, it would not have remained here and not tried to escape. It was likely that the previous chase had exhausted it. Even so, the green mist it spat out contained such great power. If it had been at its peak, Yang Kai estimated that it would have been able to turn him to ash with a single breath. This was definitely the remnant soul of an ancient dragon, otherwise, how could it possess such great power? After spitting out that green mist, the already weak little snake became even more exhausted, its head drooping as its body became translucent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly took out the round bead and the bone, throwing them into his black book space. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to mine Saint crystals right now. This time, he had not only harvested a supreme treasure like the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but also a dragon bead and dragon bone. The harvest from this trip was simply unimaginable. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to resist the green mist invading his body with all his strength. Pushing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai urged his demonic flame to gather in his hands, causing the black flames to burn even more fiercely, almost annihilating the surrounding space. The green mist, which had originally been able to compete with the demonic flame, was forced back again and again. Although its speed was quite fast, it was still constantly being forced out of Yang Kai's body. Drop after drop of blue liquid flowed out from Yang Kai's fingertips and dripped onto the ground, emitting a pitter-patter sound. 2 days later, Yang Kai stood up, waved his hand, and found that there were no more problems, gently nodded, and relaxed. Turning his head to look at the Saint crystal lode he had been mining, Yang Kai began digging out the 10 meters in front of him so as not to leave behind any traces that would lead to him being discovered. After digging out 10 meters of Saint crystals, Yang Kai turned around and left without any reluctance. Arriving at another passage, Chang-Chi was still digging, seemingly feeling that he had hope of breaking through, and with such a huge fortune in front of him, Chang-Chi's face was flushed with happiness. Seeing Yang Kai come over, Chang-Chi couldn't help asking, "Why aren't you mining Saint crystals?" "I don't want to mine anymore." "For an elder Chang, do you still want to stay here?" Yang Kai asked. "Of course I'm staying." Chang-Chi nodded without hesitation. "There are so many Saint crystals here. I'm afraid we won't be able to mine them all even after Lu Yin closes the sandfield." "Yang Kai, are you leaving?" I still have some things to do, so I can't stay any longer," Yang Kai replied. He didn't try to persuade Chang-Chi. After all, these Saint crystals were indeed a huge fortune for him. Yang Kai had been mining for so many days and had obtained almost 4 million Saint crystals, so even if Chang-Chi's speed was much slower, he would still be able to harvest at least half of what Yang Kai had, which was 2 million Saint crystals. Such a number was something he had never even dared to dream of before. After he broke through to the origin returning realm, he would need to purchase more powerful artifacts, so naturally he wanted to increase his capital. Although the treasure area was also very attractive, it was also filled with danger. Not only was there the threat of the monster beast, but there was also the threat of the cultivator. If one was unlucky enough to run into people like Chu Changfeng or Ming Hongliang, they might be killed and robbed of their treasures. It was far better to stay here and earn a stable income. Chang-Chi was clear about this, and so was Yang Kai, so he didn't try to persuade him otherwise. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "I'll give you this sword. It'll help you collect Saint crystals much faster." Saying so, Yang Kai handed over the golden sword condensed from his golden blood. The reason why Yang Kai's mining speed was faster than others was because he had such a powerful weapon. Chang-Chi took the golden sword and gently wiped its blade, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face before he suddenly smiled. "Last time in the star field, when our starship was surrounded by black rock beasts, it was you who helped us out, right?" When Yang Kai first came here a few days ago, Chang-Chi had noticed the golden sword in his hand because it exuded a rich vitality and powerful vitality. At first glance, it didn't seem like a sword, but rather a living creature. However, at that time, Chang-Chi was thinking about the 9-branch jade crystal tree, so he didn't ask much. Now that Yang Kai handed the golden sword to him and directly experienced its aura, Chang-Chi naturally understood something. Chang-Chi had encountered this kind of aura once before, back in the star field. He still remembered that when the Haiku family starship was in danger, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the entire black rock beast pack, saving several dozen cultivators. The aura exuding from that golden spear was exactly the same as the golden sword in his hand. At that time, he and Wu Yi thought some powerful master had just passed by and helped them, but now he understood that there was no such master at all and that it was Yang Kai who had helped them. At that time, he was only a third-order saint. Chang-Chi remembered this and couldn't help feeling shocked, feeling more and more that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person. Hearing this question, Yang Kai smiled but didn't answer, simply saying, "Although the energy contained in this golden sword decreases each time it is used, it should be able to last 3 or 4 months. With its help, you should be able to save yourself a lot of trouble. As for Chun Shirtao and the others, you don't need to worry. She's a good person and won't have any ill intentions towards you. On top of that, if you leave early, it's even less likely for her to act against you, unless she's willing to accept my revenge. I know that. You can rest assured and leave. After Lu Yin's sandfield closes, Old Hao and I will go to Dragon Cave Mountain to find you." Chang-Chi nodded. "Good." After saying goodbye to Chang-Chi, Yang Kai returned to the surface. Although the passage was as smooth as jade, it wasn't a problem for Yang Kai, and after a little effort, he was able to climb up. Standing on the grassy plain, Yang Kai released his divine sense, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he used some means to hide the entrance to the underground cave so no one would discover it again. After that, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass and confirmed the direction to the 3rd layer of Lu Yin's sandfield before heading straight there. The plain was very large, so it took Yang Kai 2 days to walk out of it. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone, nor did he find any spirit grasses or spirit medicines to collect. Yang Kai's heart was set on the 3rd layer flame area, so his speed was quite fast. Wei Gucheng had said before that no one could enter the 3rd layer flame area. Since ancient times, all those who had tried to enter had died, so before coming to Lu Yin's sandfield, Qian Tong had specifically warned them not to enter the 3rd layer. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of dangers there were, but he needed a very hot environment to refine the profounding sunflower water. The 1st layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only go to the 3rd layer. If the 3rd layer was too dangerous, he would have to think of another way. Chapter 1204. After leaving the plain, Yang Kai walked forward for another 10 days, but strangely, he didn't encounter a single person. This phenomenon was very unusual and surprised him greatly. Whether it was in the flame area or the treasure area, although Yang Kai hadn't encountered many people before, at the very least, this kind of situation had never occurred. It was as if all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the treasure area had suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of foreboding. He wasn't sure what had happened here. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if something big had happened while he was mining St. Crystal's underground. Was that why he couldn't see a single person? Continuing to walk forward for a few days, Yang Kai soon approached the third layer flame area, but the situation was still the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the third layer flame area and stared at the fiery red world in front of him with a dignified expression. The third layer flame area looked no different from the outermost flame area, but Yang Kai could feel that there were many dangers hidden inside. At the very least, the fire poison and heat here were not something the outermost flame area could compare to. However, it didn't seem to be as inaccessible as Qian Tong had said. Yang Kai sensed for a while and felt that, let alone himself, even some of the elites from other sects should be able to enter this territory as long as they made sufficient preparations. Could the dangers be more than what he saw on the surface? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, two figures suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away. These two wore the same robes and seemed to be from the same sect, both of them having third-order Saint King cultivations. Yang Kai noticed that the Saint Chi these two had was extremely rich and pure, not something an ordinary third-order Saint King could compare to. Obviously, they were elites from some sect. The two of them, one in front and one behind, moved extremely quickly, not even sparing Yang Kai a single glance. When they arrived at the edge of the third layer flame area, the two of them whispered a few words to each other. Soon after, the leader of the two released a pale blue light and a cold aura enveloped him, seemingly activating some kind of ice attribute artifact to protect his body before plunging into the third layer flame area. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Didn't they say that the third floor was a place of no return? Was this guy crazy or stupid? How could he just rush in like that? Wei Gucheng wouldn't lie to him. Yang Kai was sure of that. He had warned Yang Kai seriously, but the scene before him was completely different from Wei Gucheng's warning. Seeing that the second person was also emitting a cold aura and was about to enter the flame area, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Friend, wait." Hearing the shout, the man frowned and looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression. When he and his fellow disciples arrived here, it wasn't that they didn't notice the existence of Yang Kai, but rather that the other party was just a first-order Saint King cultivator and wasn't worthy of their attention. But now, this person had actually called out to him, so he immediately asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and knew that the other party was in a bad mood, so he could only ask with a smile, "Friend, please don't take offense. This one is just curious. Didn't they say that the third floor flame area was extremely dangerous and that those who entered would never return? Why does your excellency and your fellow disciples have to enter? Never return?" The man sneered when he heard this, squinting at Yang Kai and saying, "That's old news. When Lu Yin's sandfield opened before, it was indeed like this, but this time it seems to be a little different. I don't know the specifics, but in any case, the third floor flame area can now be entered. Of course, with your cultivation, it's best you don't seek death." Saying so, he rushed into the flame area impatiently, no longer bothering to talk nonsense with Yang Kai. After he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange expression on his face. The third floor of Lu Yin's sandfield could now be entered? However, listening to the man's words, it seemed that he didn't know the whole story and was just following the others to enter. No wonder there weren't many people in the treasure area. It turned out that many people had gone to the third floor. Yang Kai didn't know how this news had spread and how it was verified, but there were as many as 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators who had entered the second floor, all of whom were elites from their respective sects, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to discover this. Since the opening of Lu Yin's sandfield, no one had been able to enter the third floor, so it was hard to imagine how many benefits there were waiting to be discovered. Tracing back the history of Lu Yin's sandfield, it had existed for tens of thousands of years. How could a place that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years lack good things? No wonder these people were all rushing in as if they didn't care about their lives. Even if they had to take some risks, as long as they could obtain enough benefits, what did it matter? Benefits always coexisted with risks. Cultivators were never afraid of taking risks when they cultivated, and the more dangerous a place was, the more it stimulated their nerves. Since others had already entered, Yang Kai didn't delay any longer, immediately circulating his Saint Chi and stepping into the third-floor flame area. The omnipresent heat wave enveloped Yang Kai from all directions, and in an instant, Yang Kai felt as if his skin was being roasted. On top of that, the fire poison contained in this heat wave was far more potent than the fire poison in the outermost flame area could compare to. The toxicity and power of this fire poison was several times greater. In such a dangerous zone, it was estimated that no one could enter except for a well-prepared and powerful third-order Saint King cultivator. Even if a second-order cultivator entered, they wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days before they had to leave. In this damned place, the consumption rate was too high, and it was impossible to circulate one's secret art to supplement one's Saint Chi. If one could only rely on Saint Crystals, it was absolutely impossible to make ends meet. There were between 3,000 and 4,000 people who entered the second-layer treasure area, but Yang Kai estimated that less than 500 would be able to enter the third layer, and as time passed, this number would only decrease. Some of these people would die inside while others would withdraw from the third layer. Only the most elite would be able to remain here. The heat here made Yang Kai very excited. Although this heat wasn't enough to meet his requirements for refining the profounding sunflower water, as long as he ventured deeper, he would naturally be able to find a suitable place. The situation in the third layer flame area was much more dangerous than the first layer. The fire spirit beasts that emerged from the cracks in the ground to launch sneak attacks were all 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts. What's more, these fire spirit beasts usually moved in large groups. It was rare to encounter a single fire spirit beast. In this kind of place, if one didn't form a group, once they were besieged by a group of fire spirit beasts, their end would be very miserable. In less than a day, Yang Kai encountered 3 groups of fire spirit beasts. He killed the first 2 groups and harvested a lot of fire crystal stones, but the third group was too many, so Yang Kai could only avoid them for the time being. In the strange valley in the first layer flame area, he was able to fight against 10,000 and slaughter them all because the fire spirit beasts in the valley weren't high in rank. Most of them were 5th order or 6th order, so he could easily kill them in groups. But this place was different. Fighting against those fire spirit beasts would only waste his strength, so Yang Kai tactfully avoided them. At this moment, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the third layer and looked ahead. Not far in front of him, there were 2 incomplete corpses. Moreover, the corpses were burnt and emitted a faint rotting smell. These corpses were a man and a woman, and judging from their clothes, they should be elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Those who could enter this place must have followed Wei Guchang, so Yang Kai guessed that he had seen them before. When they were waiting for Lu Yan's sandfield to open, there were several people waiting behind Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener. These 2 were probably 2 of them. Now, they had died tragically here, and judging from their appearances, Wei Guchang didn't even have time to collect their corpses. The situation at the time must have been very dangerous. Could something have happened to him and Dong Xiener? Yang Kai frowned and took out the communication artifact Wei Guchang had given him from his space ring. He poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Wei Guchang or Dong Xiener. However, even after pouring his divine sense into it and waiting for a long time, Yang Kai did not receive any reply. He didn't know if it was because they were too far away, or because they didn't have time to check the communication artifact, or because they had placed the communication artifact in their space ring. Shaking his head, Yang Kai flicked out 2 balls of demonic flame and burned the corpses of the 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples to ashes before continuing to move forward. He had not spoken a single word to the 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples. Out of respect for Qian Tong and Wei Guchang, he had not allowed their corpses to rot and rot in the wilderness. That was already the best he could do. He was not in the mood to find a place to bury them. The third layer was very dangerous, but there were also many good things. Yang Kai soon harvested more than a dozen rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Each of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines was extremely old, far superior to those collected on the second layer. Judging from the degree of condensation of their medicinal efficacies, the youngest one was at least 3,000 years old, while the oldest one was so old that even Yang Kai couldn't determine its age. It was at least 10,000 years old. The grade of these herbs was also not low, all of them origin grade high rank, with 2 of them even being origin king grade. These 10,000-year-old origin grade herbs were no less valuable than origin king grade herbs. These herbs were of great use to Yang Kai and couldn't be bought anywhere else. Using them as ingredients in alchemy would allow him to refine the best quality pills he could and even increase the grade of the pills he refined. As for how many layers the Lu Yin sandfield had, Yang Kai didn't know, but at the very least, he could confirm that there were 3. The deeper one went, the less space there was for the cultivator to move around, and the easier it was for them to run into each other. Yang Kai knew his limits. As a first-order Saint King, being able to enter the second layer was already shocking enough. But if others were to discover that he could move freely in the third layer as well, it would likely shock the world. So, since entering the third layer, Yang Kai had been avoiding others as much as possible. Once he detected the aura of a living person with his divine sense, he would immediately flee. As a result, Yang Kai had been living in peace, killing fire spirit beasts, collecting spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and looking forward to refining the profound in sunflower water. Yang Kai was in a very good mood. Chapter 1205. On this day, Yang Kai arrived in front of a canyon. He stopped and looked at the canyon in front of him, frowning. This canyon was only 20 to 30 feet wide, and on both sides were mountains as high as 10,000 feet. It was as if someone had used a great divine technique to split these mountains in half. Yang Kai stood in the same place and hesitated for a full incense stick's worth of time before he decided to break through the canyon. Although the canyon looked dangerous, Yang Kai estimated that if he had to take a detour, he would have to waste at least several days. He didn't want to take a detour, so he could only continue to move forward. Of course, he also had the confidence to deal with a certain amount of risk, otherwise he wouldn't have gone so deep into this place. In the Lu Yin Desert, where flying was impossible, this kind of terrain was definitely the best choice for setting up a sneak attack. As long as he could block the 2 entrances of the canyon, then even if he had the ability to enter, he would still be trapped and die. However, all the cultivator who entered the Lu Yin Desert came for all kinds of benefits. Although killing and robbing often happened, who would be so bored as to set up an ambush in this kind of area? Yang Kai estimated that except for himself, no one would take this route, so he boldly stepped into the canyon. The canyon was very long. From one end to the other, it was at least a dozen miles long. It was really strange for such a landform to appear in the Lu Yin Desert. The first few miles were peaceful, but when Yang Kai walked a little less than half of the way, from the cracks in the ground, bright flames immediately sprang out. These flames contained amazing energy fluctuations. As soon as these flames appeared, they attacked Yang Kai from the front and back, wriggling and transforming into different shapes of fire spirit beasts. Each one of them looked fierce, bared their fangs, and pounced on him. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. A long sword with rolling devil flames appeared in his hand, and the purple shield turned into a purple light, suspended behind him. He didn't care about the fire spirit beasts that pounced on him from behind, and just slashed at the fire spirit beasts that rushed from the front. For this situation, Yang Kai had already expected it, so he hesitated for a while before entering the canyon. Entering this place, no one would ambush him, but there were fire spirit beasts. If he didn't kill all of them, he wouldn't be able to leave the canyon. The purple shield on Yang Kai's back emitted a series of clanging sounds as the fire spirit beasts were blocked by the purple shield. At the same time, the demonic flame sword in Yang Kai's hand smoothly pierced into the eye of a lion-like fire spirit beast. With a fierce twist, the demonic flame poured into this fire spirit beast's body, causing the red light around its body to suddenly turn black. This black color quickly spread throughout its body, causing its originally brilliant red body to become a mixture of black and red, creating a strange sight. 7th step fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai could kill them with a full blow, but there were many fire spirit beasts here, so he couldn't use his full strength every time. He could only use the Devil Flame's special characteristics to burn their bodies bit by bit. The Devil Flame sword was pulled out of the lion's head, and regardless of whether it lived or died, it almost didn't stop, directly chopping at the body of another fire spirit beast that was rushing in front of him. The devil flame immediately adhered to its body, and its somewhat solid body quickly burned with black flowers, gradually spreading to other parts of its body. This kind of terrain was not conducive for Yang Kai to use all of his methods, but it was also very disadvantageous for the fire spirit beasts. Because the canyon was only 2 to 3 meters wide, Yang Kai could only face 5 or 6 fire spirit beasts at most. The other fire spirit beasts were all blocked by their companions. The strange power of alternating cold and heat, the coexistence of good and evil, was not something that these 7th and 8th step fire spirit beasts could resist. One by one, the fire spirit beasts that blocked in front of Yang Kai were turned into nothingness, and pieces of fire crystal stones of different sizes fell from the sky. While Yang Kai was killing the fire spirit beasts, he still had the spare energy to fish for these valuable fire crystal stones, making a lot of money in a short period of time. The number of fire spirit beasts in the canyon was not small, no less than several hundred, but no matter how many there were, they couldn't withstand such a slaughter. These fire spirit beasts were not the same as those in the valley. Each of them had fire crystal stones in their body, so Yang Kai's efforts were not in vain. As time passed, the originally endless number of fire spirit beasts seemed to gradually decrease, and Yang Kai also pushed forward about a kilometer. Another fire spirit beast died under his sword. Yang Kai took a step forward, waving his hand to block the attack of another fire spirit beast, while reaching out to grab the fire crystal stones that fell. He had repeated this action countless times, so naturally he was familiar with it. Unexpectedly, when he took this step forward, he seemed to have stepped into an incredible place. An inexplicable dignified feeling suddenly came from all directions, and Yang Kai even felt that the space around his body had solidified. This caused his hand that was reaching for the fire crystal stones to stop in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. Even the demonic flame sword that he was about to slash out suddenly froze, the sword humming endlessly. Yang Kai paled, and under his shocked gaze, the fire spirit beast pouncing over opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his neck, roaring as it spat out an incomparably hot breath mixed with a thick fire poison. Pain came from his neck, probably because his skin had been bitten, and the fire poison that had invaded his body made his neck burn, giving him a feeling of dizziness. While Yang Kai was still in a daze, the fire spirit beasts in front of him suddenly attacked, opening their mouths and sending out fiery snakes and fireball-like energy attacks towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's face went pale. Although he didn't know what had happened to him, it was already too late for him to retreat. In a hurry, he could only push his Saint Chi with all his strength to forcibly break free from the frozen space around him. Immediately, demonic flame burst out from his body, making him look like a burning man. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out as several of the fire spirit beasts that had pounced on Yang Kai were sent flying, whimpering as they were incinerated by the demonic flame midair. After the flames disappeared, Yang Kai's distressed figure appeared. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. His clothes were torn and tattered. His neck, cheeks, and wrists were full of tiny wounds from being bitten by the fire spirit beasts. Within those wounds, a little bit of black fire poison gathered at the wounds, like a black gas that would not disperse. However, Yang Kai's Saint Chi forced out all of this fire poison, and his wounds quickly healed under the powerful restorative power of his golden blood. Yang Kai stared at the space in front of him with an unprecedentedly dignified expression. Just taking a single step forward had almost caused him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. If he had broken free a moment later, Yang Kai estimated he would have suffered even more serious injuries. But after taking a step back, everything returned to normal. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about why the space in front of him was so strange, and could only continue to focus on dealing with the fire spirit beasts that were attacking him from both sides. Keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai's attacks became more ruthless. In just one day, all the fire spirit beasts in the canyon had been cleared out, allowing Yang Kai to harvest a total of 400 to 500 fire crystal stones. Such a number was quite sensational and likely more than most of the great forces that had stayed in the first layer to hunt for fire spirit beasts. After all, the number of fire spirit beasts in the first layer's flame area wasn't too high, so the value of the fire crystal stones harvested was naturally not great. Standing in place and resting for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense again to scan his surroundings. After confirming that there was no potential danger, he took a step forward. The same experience as the previous day appeared in his mind. When he took this step, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a groan as his tall and straight body suddenly shrank, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him feel unbearable. Not only that, but this space was extremely condensed and viscous, clearly different from the surrounding space. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, but when confronting the fire spirit beast before, he didn't have time to carefully examine this space. But now that he had investigated it, he immediately understood the strangeness of this space. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened here, nor did he know why this space had undergone such a change. But in this canyon, in front of him, there was a strange space that was more than 100 meters in length. If walking before was like swimming in water, then after entering this space, it was as if the water he was swimming in had suddenly turned into ice. This condensed space could bind anyone to this place, making it impossible for them to move. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the Tao of space, he would have never been able to discover this. This was not a result of some kind of barrier or spirit array, but rather the power of space. Yang Kai found that even taking a breath here was extremely difficult. The air was so condensed that it took a lot of effort to suck it into his lungs. But why were the fire spirit beasts not suppressed by this space? Instead, they were able to move freely. Yang Kai didn't quite understand. With great difficulty, Kai Yang's slightly bent body straightened up. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as his entire body twitched and spasmed. Despite exerting every ounce of strength in his body, he was still unable to take a single step forward. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but it didn't fall down at all. Instead, as soon as it left Yang Kai's body, it was squeezed into powder by the condensed space and dissipated into the surrounding space. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi harder and harder, but Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he pushed his Saint Chi, the demonic flames that should have been burning around his body were suppressed in his meridians, unable to move at all. If he wanted to rely on his Saint Chi, he wouldn't be able to walk around here. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he no longer pushed his Saint Chi but instead condensed his space force. The huge pressure pressing down on his body suddenly lightened, and although it wasn't enough to restore him to normal, it was no problem for him to slowly move his hands and feet. Sure enough, Yang Kai needed to find the right remedy. There were clearly some changes in this space that could only be dealt with by using his space force. Moreover, as soon as he used his space force, Yang Kai suddenly found that this strange space had a mysterious resonance with him. A kind of wonderful enlightenment welled up in his heart, allowing Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of space to a whole new level. This made him overjoyed. Chapter 1206. As the saying went, blessings and misfortunes came hand in hand, and Yang Kai understood this very well at this moment. He hadn't expected that there would be such a strange space in the Lu Yin sandfield that would allow him to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Yang Kai decided not to leave this place for the time being and instead stood in place, constantly condensing his space force and resonating with everything around him, allowing the wisps of enlightenment to flow into his mind and be engraved into the depths of his soul. The Tao of space was extremely difficult to cultivate because there were very few people who understood this Tao of space. There was no clear way to cultivate it, and no one could impart any insights to it. When Yang Kai first began cultivating the Tao of space, he relied on tearing space and entering the void's turbulence to deepen his understanding of the Tao of space. However, this kind of cultivation only lasted for a short time before it became useless. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space deepened, he was able to walk through the void's turbulence as if he was walking on flat ground, so naturally, he was unable to comprehend anything. Later, however, he began absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. This kind of cultivation was a wasteful act, but Yang Kai had no choice but to do it. Fortunately, the space spirit crystal lode discovered by the stone mongoose was rich in space spirit crystals, enough for Yang Kai to squander for a long time. But once the space spirit crystals were used up, it would not be easy for him to find more. If one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. Space spirit crystals were a rare resource no matter where one went because they could be used to forge space rings, and space rings were essential storage artifacts for every cultivator. Now that there was a place here that was very suitable for cultivating the Tao of space, Yang Kai naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Moreover, cultivating here seemed to be more effective than simply absorbing space spirit crystals, and the harvest was much greater. After realizing this, Yang Kai immediately made up his mind to not leave for the time being. The Lu Yin sandfield would not close for another 4 months, which was enough time for Yang Kai to find a suitable place to refine the profound in sunflower water, so there was no need to rush. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai slowly sat down. In this strange space, even though Yang Kai was proficient in the mysteries of the Tao of space, he was still as slow as a turtle crawling. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely think it was strange and wonder what kind of trick Yang Kai was playing, because the strangeness of this space could not be detected with one's divine sense. Only by entering it personally would one be able to discover it. After sitting down, Kai Yang calmed the tumbling blood qi in his heart, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand and gently waved it forward. A simple wave of his hand consumed a great deal of Kai Yang's strength and time, but as he waved his hand, a black crack as thin as hair suddenly appeared, but disappeared without a trace in the next instant. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was not surprised and instead grinned happily. Since he had decided to use this rare environment to cultivate his space force, naturally he would use his space blade to do so. In the stone room on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had comprehended the space blade technique, but at that time, no matter how hard he tried to cultivate it, the power of his space blade was not great and could not be used against real enemies. Against weak enemies, he did not need to use his space force, but against powerful enemies, this method was useless. As such, Yang Kai wanted to cultivate this unique divine technique, but he had not been able to find the right conditions and environment to do so. This place was definitely the best place to cultivate it. Yang Kai could foresee that once he could condense his space blade in this place, once he left this place, his space blade would be able to exert a certain amount of power. After trying it out just now, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. The space here was thick and viscous, so tearing it was not easy. Cultivating his space blade here would not only enhance his understanding of the mysteries of Space Force, but it would also allow him to quickly perfect his attack. Unhurriedly and calmly, Yang Kai tore space again and again, casting his space blade. Every time the hair-thin space crack appeared, it would immediately disappear without a trace under the huge pressure here. Yang Kai cultivated for an entire day, consuming all of his spiritual energy but making no progress. However, he didn't panic at all because he could already feel that he was much more proficient in using Space Force than before. Naturally, he also had many methods to tear through space. He believed that as long as he continued cultivating, he would definitely make a breakthrough. With his spiritual energy exhausted, Yang Kai could no longer cultivate and could only take some pills to supplement his soul and meditate to restore himself. Although the soul-warming lotus was in the process of evolving, its ability to restore and nourish Yang Kai's soul had not weakened at all. In fact, it was even stronger than before. It only took Yang Kai 2 hours to replenish his dried-up knowledge sea. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and was about to use his space blade again when he suddenly saw a streak of spark-like light flying towards him from a very distant location. This streak of light followed the narrow canyon passage and approached Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Lu Yin flying fire. Yang Kai exclaimed. He had seen Lu Yin flying fire once before in the first layer flame area, so now that he saw it again, Yang Kai naturally recognized it at a glance. The last time he saw it, Lu Yin flying fire quickly passed through Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai chased after it for a long time but was unable to catch it, causing him to feel extremely disappointed. This Lu Yin flying fire was exactly the same as the one he saw last time. It was incredibly fast, even faster than the spread of his divine sense. Yang Kai had only just discovered it a moment ago at the end of the canyon when it had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it. He no longer had any hope of harvesting this kind of thing because the speed of Lu Yin flying fire was simply not something he could catch up with. However, as soon as he moved, he suddenly remembered that the space he was in was not ordinary. It was solidified and sticky, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his eyes widened as he stared at the Lu Yin flying fire that was quickly flying towards him, secretly looking forward to it. Chi! With a soft sound, when the streak of light rushed into this strange space that covered an area of more than 100 feet. Just as Yang Kai had expected, its speed suddenly slowed down countless times. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Just now, he had been wondering whether this solidified space would be useful in blocking Lu Yin flying fire. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This solidified space could not stop the movement of the fire spirit beast, but it could stop the abnormal speed of Lu Yin flying fire. At least, Yang Kai could now see what Lu Yin flying fire looked like. It was like a spark sputtering from a red-hot charcoal, burning with a fiery red light. Although it was very small, it contained an amazing amount of energy. After falling into the strange space, Lu Yin flying fire was not frozen, but slowly broke through the encirclement at a human's natural walking speed. Yang Kai made a little calculation and soon found that if he did nothing and stayed in place, he would definitely miss this rare Lu Yin flying fire, because according to its flight trajectory, it would fly away from him. How could Yang Kai tolerate such a thing? Hurriedly using his space force, he slowly and painstakingly moved closer to the Lu Yin flying fire's path. Little by little, inch by inch, Yang Kai felt like an old man on the verge of death, trying to move his hands and feet when his life force was running out. Every inch of movement consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy. In just a moment, his body trembled violently, and his flesh was in incomparable pain. As for the flowing flame flying fire, it was still flying towards them at a leisurely pace. A moment later, it flew to a spot not far from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was anxious. He stretched out a trembling hand, trying to catch the Lu Yin flying fire, but the other party was about 3 inches away from his fingertips and slowly drifting away. Yang Kai's nose was crooked with anger. He felt that if this Lu Yin flying fire had a mind of its own, it must have mocked him for overestimating himself just now. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai helplessly watched as this thing brushed past him, his face filled with annoyance. He still failed. Since it had already flown away, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for him to catch it. Sure enough, a moment later, Lu Yin flying fire rushed out of the blockade of this strange space, once again restoring its previous abnormal speed, flashing out of sight and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to obtain this treasure that could mutate his spiritual energy. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel regret, but Yang Kai quickly adjusted his state of mind, no longer thinking about Lu Yin flying fire, and instead began to focus on tempering his space blade. Not only did he fail to catch Lu Yin flying fire, but the most important thing right now was to cultivate the Tao of space. Sending out a space blade, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the space blade seemed to have increased a little. Although it was still as thin as hair, and although it only appeared for a moment before disappearing, its duration was obviously longer than yesterday. Yang Kai's heart was greatly shaken, and he quickly put the matter of Lu Yin flying fire to the back of his mind and began to concentrate on comprehending the mysteries of space. 3 days later, Yang Kai watched as a half-inch wide space blade flew out less than a foot before disappearing, a satisfied and excited expression appearing on his face. This damned place was indeed the best place to cultivate the mysteries of space. He had only been cultivating here for 3 days, but he already felt that his understanding of the Tao of space had become somewhat comprehensive. With his understanding of the Tao of space, the power of his space blade was countless times stronger than it was 3 days ago. Whether it was the size of the space blade, the length of time it could exist in this strange space, or the distance it could tear apart, all of it had grown tremendously. At this rate of growth, Yang Kai estimated that he would be able to use his space blade to fight enemies in just 1 more month. At that time, he might even be able to contend with the Shur of an Origin Returning Realm Master. After all, although Shur was a power unique to Origin Returning Realm Masters, the space blade was also unpredictable and impossible to guard against. It was a killing move that no one other than Yang Kai could use. Chapter 1207. The reason why Yang Kai was willing to delay here was firstly because the environment here was rare and he didn't want to miss it, and secondly because he felt a sense of crisis deep in his heart. With his current strength, Yang Kai had no problem dealing with Saint Kings, but dealing with an origin-returning Realm Master was beyond his ability. Even the indifferent man he had met in the stalactite cave was not someone Yang Kai was confident he could defeat. On Shadowed Star, in its territory, Yang Kai had no one to rely on and could only rely on himself for everything. Qian Tong had been good to him, but it was also because of the fake artifact refining Grandmaster behind Yang Kai's back that Qian Tong had opened the door for him. If Qian Tong learned that this so-called Grandmaster of his didn't exist, Yang Kai didn't know if he would immediately change his attitude. Therefore, Yang Kai had to make himself as strong as possible so that when dealing with others, he wouldn't be in a passive position and be led by the nose. He wasn't alone in this world and had many concerns in his heart. At the end of the canyon, a red light flashed and Yang Kai, who was tempering his space blade, instantly sensed it. Looking up, he couldn't help being stunned. It was another Lu Yin flying fire. Just like 3 days ago, the Lu Yin flying fire was flying towards him from the end of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. When Yang Kai discovered it, it fell into the strange space's seal. The abnormally fast speed of the flowing flame flying fire instantly slowed down, and the flowing flame flying fire slowly floated across the several dozen meter space. With the experience from a few days ago, Yang Kai immediately took action, moving his body with difficulty while trying to determine where the Lu Yin flying fire would pass. This time, his luck didn't seem to be very good. The flowing flame flying fire that appeared now was flying a meter away from him, so Yang Kai had to reach that position before it flew past him in order to have any hope of catching it. Although Yang Kai had become familiar with the stickiness and solidification of this strange space and was gradually becoming more proficient in using Space Force, it was still extremely difficult for him to move around here. When he finally got close to the fixed position, Lu Yan's flying fire had already flown over again. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he looked at the treasure he had missed out on for the 3rd time, a thoughtful look on his face. According to what Wei Guchang said before, Lu Yan's flying fire was very precious, but it was also very rare in the Lu Yan desert. Many people who entered the desert didn't even have the chance to encounter it. In fact, this was indeed the case. When Yang Kai was walking in the first layer flame area, he had only seen Lu Yan's flying fire by chance. If it weren't for his strong divine sense, he probably wouldn't have noticed it even if Lu Yan's flying fire flew past him. But Wei Guchang's words only targeted the 1st level. Now that Yang Kai was in the heat zone of the 3rd layer, would there be more Lu Yan's flying fire here? Was the 2 Lu Yan's flying fire the same? Is it flying in a fixed flight path? If it was the same, then its flight path was very likely fixed. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai see it again 3 days later? If it was not the same, then was there something strange about this canyon that could attract Lu Yan's flying fire to fly in and pass through it? All kinds of questions intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, and Yang Kai's expression also changed constantly. For a time, he didn't cultivate his space force. Soon, Yang Kai shook his head. Whether the 2 Lu Yan's flying fire he saw were the same or not, and whether this canyon was the only way for Lu Yan's flying fire to fly through, he should be able to verify the results in a few days. Once again, Yang Kai began to temper his space force, but he also began to pay attention to the movements at the end of the canyon, intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to know which of his conjectures was correct. Time flew by, and 3 days later, because he was worried about Lu Yan's flying fire, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the end of the canyon early, waving his space blade while paying attention to the movements there. But to his surprise, after observing for half a day, there was still no movement at the end of the canyon, and there was no trace of Lu Yan's flying fire at all. This made him very annoyed. But in this way, he could be sure that the 2 Lu Yan's flying fires he saw before were not the same. If they were the same, they wouldn't be so irregular and should have flown over from that side a long time ago. Since there was no pattern, they shouldn't be the same. On the 4th day, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and immediately looked towards the end of the canyon. The scene he saw made him both excited and surprised. He was excited because one of his conjectures was correct. That was, this canyon was indeed the only way for Lu Yan's flying fire, because at this moment, there was a red light at the end of the canyon. What surprised him was that there was not one red light, but two, one after the other, almost at the same time. And then their speed decreased greatly and they slowly floated towards this side. Yang Kai immediately took action. The previous two failures had given him enough experience, and he was sure that he wouldn't fail again this time. But what made him hesitate was that there were two Lu Yan's flying fires this time, and there was a distance of more than 10 feet between them. It was impossible to catch them at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai moved closer to the Lu Yan's flying fire that was closer to him, and at the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Wei Gucheng had only told Yang Kai about the wonders and strangeness of Lu Yan's flying fire, but he hadn't told him how to collect it, so it was likely that Yang Kai didn't know either. Yang Kai could only try using this jade bottle first, and if it didn't work, he would think of another way. After so many days of familiarization and tempering, Yang Kai was now much faster than before. Before the Lu Yan's flying fire floated over, Yang Kai had already blocked its path. Staring at this Lu Yan's flying fire, Yang Kai secretly circulated his Saint Chi, and when it was close enough, he suddenly pushed forward with his palm. The Lu Yan's flying fire, which was not fast to begin with, was hit by this blow and became even slower. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly raised the jade bottle he had prepared and pointed it towards the Lu Yan's flying fire. The whole process went extremely smoothly, and the Lu Yan's flying fire fell directly into the jade bottle. But in the blink of an eye, the jade bottle was burned to ashes by the scorching heat. Yang Kai clearly felt that Lu Yan's flying fire was resisting his demonic flame's heat, but neither could do anything to the other. What's more, the Lu Yan's flying fire was still struggling, trying to break through the demonic flame's blockade. But how could Yang Kai give it this opportunity? Seeing that this method was working, Yang Kai immediately released more Saint Chi and transformed it into a more violent demonic flame, firmly binding Lu Yan's flying fire. A short time later, Lu Yan's flying fire, which was wrapped in demonic flame, calmed down and stopped moving. Looking at the fist-sized black fireball in his hand, Yang Kai grinned. Finally, he had harvested one Lu Yan's flying fire. It had not been easy, but the other one had managed to escape when Yang Kai was dealing with its companion. Yang Kai had no regrets, though, since he had determined that this canyon was the place Lu Yan's flying fire had to pass through. All he had to do was wait here for it, and he should be able to harvest even more. The black fireball formed by demonic flame could not be placed into a space ring and could only be thrown into the black book space. Refining his space blade and comprehending the Tao of space had become easier and easier, and he was also becoming more proficient in using his space force. At the same time, the restrictions placed on him by this strange space were becoming smaller and smaller. More than a month later, Yang Kai used the same method to harvest a Lu Yan's flying fire, but his expression was neither sad nor happy as he casually threw it into his space ring. Yang Kai had been cultivating here for about a month and a half and had obtained a total of 9 Lu Yan's flying fires. This number was not small. No one had ever obtained so many Lu Yan's flying fires before, but Yang Kai's brow still showed a faint trace of regret, because as his understanding of the Tao of space increased, the effect of this strange space on his cultivation had become smaller and smaller. On top of that, he had constantly used his space blade here to tear space apart, which seemed to have damaged the density of this space, allowing this rare cultivation place to become more and more normal. Without the powerful shackles of this space, after the Lu Yan's flying fire entered this place, its speed did not drop as much as before. If it weren't for Yang Kai's experience, the Lu Yan's flying fire just now would have flown past him. Yang Kai estimated that he could only cultivate here for about 10 more days at most before this place would no longer have any effect on him. Since that was the case, Yang Kai decided to use this place until the last moment before leaving. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time. Through the Lu Yan's flying fire, he harvested into the black book space and immersed himself in cultivation. After waiting for several days, no more Lu Yan's flying fires appeared. It seemed that because of Yang Kai's unscrupulous attempts to capture Lu Yan's flying fires had all disappeared. On this day, Yang Kai finally sensed the aura of Lu Yan's flying fire again and did not dare to neglect, immediately taking action. After he quickly arrived at the right position, the Lu Yan's flying fire just happened to crash into this strange space. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, grasped it in his palm, and then pushed his Saint Qi into his demonic flame, wrapping it in layers. A moment later, a black fireball appeared in Yang Kai's hand. But before Yang Kai could throw it into the black book space, a soft cry suddenly sounded behind him, followed by the sound of clothes fluttering. It seemed that several cultivators were quickly approaching. Yang Kai frowned and immediately threw the black fireball into the black book space before turning around to look at the newcomers. At first glance, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help flashing a look of disgust, because the newcomers were actually several cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. Chapter 1208. The cultivator from Heaven Battling Union was very easy to identify. This could be judged from the clothes they wore, each of them wearing a golden robe that gave them an imposing aura. These cultivators generally gave off a feeling of arrogance. Except for the cultivator from Thunder Typhoon sect, when they looked at the cultivators from other forces, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, they all gave off a sense of contempt and disdain. It was as if Heaven Battling Union was some kind of great force, and these cultivators were also afraid that others wouldn't know they were from Heaven Battling Union. The battle character embroidered in golden thread on their chests could be seen from a distance. Because of Chu Changfeng, Yang Kai had never had a good impression of Heaven Battling Union. So when he saw that these people were actually from Heaven Battling Union, he knew that today's matter would not be resolved peacefully. The scene of him collecting Lu Yan's flying fire should have fallen into their eyes. Yang Kai just didn't know how much they had seen. In a flash, the four cultivators from Heaven Battling Union rushed over to Yang Kai and stared at him with either surprise or joy. It had to be admitted that Heaven Battling Union's heritage was truly strong. All four of them were third-order Saint King cultivators, and the Saint Qi in each of their bodies was purer and denser than that of an average cultivator. Each of them was covered in a light blue light curtain that gave off a frigid aura. Clearly, this light curtain was an ice attribute artifact that was protecting them from the fire poison here. The leader of this group was a beardless man in his 40s. After discovering Yang Kai's true cultivation, he couldn't help raising his brow in surprise. He didn't understand how Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was able to survive in this harsh environment, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any artifact protecting him. This surprised him greatly and caused him to stare at Yang Kai with a slightly dignified expression. Anyone who was able to resist the heat and fire poison without using any artifacts and only relying on their Saint Qi couldn't be underestimated. Did he just collect Lu Yan's flying fire? Another thin man next to him stared with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise. It seemed like they were too far away and didn't see clearly. They only had suspicions, so they immediately rushed over to confirm it. I don't think so. Lu Yan's flying fire isn't something that can be easily obtained. Although Lu Yan had more flying fires on the third floor, even Fang Tianzhong couldn't catch them. How could he collect them? The third cultivator with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks shook his head slowly with a look of disbelief. Why don't we just ask and find out? The thin man chuckled and casually said to Yang Kai, Boy, what did you take just now? Take it out and let me see. What does it have to do with you? Yang Kai looked at the four people indifferently. He didn't even have the slightest intention of running away. Haha. The skinny man laughed and nodded. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. But boy, do you know who we are? Daring to talk to us like that? Interesting. As he spoke, his expression turned ruthless, and he said coldly, Brat, if you want to live, then hand over the thing you just took. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, hee-hee. With a chuckle, the threat was obvious. The white-faced beardless man who had been sizing up Kai Yang all this time, upon hearing this, his brows furrowed slightly. But very quickly, he relaxed. Although he could see that Kai Yang wasn't ordinary, and the other party's expression was also strangely calm, he was still only one person. He didn't believe that with the strength of the four of them, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. In this world, there were always some arrogant cultivators who thought they were great just because they had a little bit of skill. Yang Kai had seen many such people because he himself was one of them, but after being repeatedly humiliated by Chu Changfeng, Yang Kai realized that there was always a mountain higher than the other. He subconsciously classified Yang Kai as one of these people. This kind of person was destined to suffer a big loss. He himself was lucky because he came from the same sect as Chu Changfeng, so he didn't lose his life at Chu Changfeng's hands, but after recognizing this reality, he acted much more low-key than before. You think I'll give you what you want? Who do you think you are? Yang Kai stared at the four cultivators coldly, his expression still indifferent. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The skinny man didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had used this trick to intimidate others before, which cultivator didn't obediently submit. Even when he took a fancy to one of the cultivator's women, the other party obediently gave up the picturesque woman. Although he only played with her for a few days before ignoring her, no one had ever dared to refuse his request. All because he was from Heaven Battling Union. Not to mention outside, this was the Lu Yin Desert, a desolate and remote place, a perfect place to kill and bury a corpse. Thinking so, the cultivator's eyes flashed coldly as murderous intent filled his body. Wait. Not waiting for him to act, the middle-aged man with the white beard suddenly called out. The other two also turned to look at him, only to see this man take a few steps forward and stare at Yang Kai, cupping his fists slightly and saying, "Friend, this one's junior brother is a bit short-tempered. If he has offended you just now, I hope you won't take it to heart." Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he remained indifferent. Brother? The skinny man saw his brother actually apologize to Yang Kai and was shocked, exclaiming, "Aren't you being too careful? Why are you talking nonsense with him?" The middle-aged man smiled lightly. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Master also taught us that caution is the key to success. This friend is not an ordinary person. Although brother can't see his origin or identity, being able to remain here unharmed, he must have some skill. If we can resolve this matter peacefully, it would be best. The implication was that if they could not resolve this peacefully, it would not be too late to act. Hearing this, the skinny man thought for a moment with a gloomy expression and no longer spoke any nonsense. The middle-aged man then looked at Yang Kai with a smile and continued, "Friend, we don't want to be nosy. After all, this is the third layer of the Lu Yin sandfield. Anyone would be on tenterhooks here. So can this friend give this one some face and let my junior brother check your space ring?" With a smile on his face, he spoke as if he didn't care at all, as if he wasn't asking to check Yang Kai's space ring, but rather an old friend looking for Yang Kai to borrow something insignificant. "You want to see my space ring?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "Indeed." The middle-aged man gently nodded, his smile still like a spring breeze. "This one's brother, and I don't mean any harm. We just want to confirm what this friend received just now. If it weren't for the Lu Yin flying fire, we wouldn't have coveted this friend's belongings and would have returned your space ring. What does this friend think?" "Good." To his surprise, Yang Kai actually agreed, causing the middle-aged man's brow to furrow slightly, seemingly quite surprised. In his heart, he was secretly wondering if he had been too cautious. Yang Kai really didn't have any ability, otherwise, how could he have agreed so easily? Just as he was feeling surprised, though, he saw Yang Kai take off his space ring from his finger and gently toss it up and down. 4 pairs of eyes immediately followed this ordinary space ring up and down. "Quickly throw it over." Seeing Yang Kai so cooperative, the skinny man immediately shouted, as if he couldn't wait to examine it carefully. "There's nothing good in my space ring." Yang Kai smiled at him and said in a slightly poor tone, "It's just a piece of brilliant fire crystal essence." Suddenly, a blood-red stone the size of a human head appeared in Yang Kai's hand. A scorching hot and pure fire attribute energy was being emitted from this stone. The fire attribute energy was swimming around the stone, as if it was alive. "Brilliant fire crystal essence?" The 4 people exclaimed in unison, and even the middle-aged man who had been smiling indifferently finally wore a look of greed and desire. Brilliant fire crystal essence was an Origin King grade material, and although the piece in Yang Kai's hand was only Origin King grade low rank, it was quite large. The 4 of them had never even heard of this head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence before, let alone seen it. If such a piece of material were to be sold outside, It would definitely be invaluable and could easily sell for 20 or 30 million St. Crystals. They had heard before that at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction in Heavenly Fate City, some treasures worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of St. Crystals had appeared. Unfortunately, none of them were qualified to participate at that time and were unable to witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes. But now, such a top-grade artifact refining material had appeared in front of them. Moreover, it had been possessed by a first-order Saint King cultivator. If their brothers could obtain this treasure, even if they divided it equally, each of them would be able to get a few million St. Crystals, enough for them to never have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of their lives. For a time, the four people's breathing became heavy as their eyes flashed with greed, seemingly ready to snatch it at any moment. As for the middle-aged man's words about not coveting Yang Kai's wealth, they had long since been forgotten. But before they could do anything, Yang Kai actually put the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring, causing the four of them to feel both angry and disappointed. There's also this fire crystal stone. It's not much of a good thing. Yang Kai sighed faintly, as if he didn't know what it meant to not show off one's wealth before taking out a dark red crystal the size of a millstone. Although this crystal was the same as the brilliant fire crystal essence, exuding a scorching heat, the two were obviously not the same material. The former was a type of ore, while the latter was very similar to the fire crystal stone the four heaven battling union masters had obtained along the way. Impossible! The skinny man screamed as he pointed to the huge fire crystal stone Yang Kai was holding and shook his head. It's impossible for such a large piece of fire crystal stone to exist. No fire spirit beast would have such a thing. It wasn't that he didn't know what was good for him, but the biggest piece of fire crystal stone the four of them had obtained along the way was only the size of a pigeon's egg. Compared to the one in Yang Kai's hand, the difference was like comparing a towering tree to a small sapling. What's more, if this was really a fire crystal rock, then what level was the fire spirit beast that contained it? How big would it be? He didn't think that Yang Kai could kill such a fire spirit beast, and instead thought that Yang Kai was playing a trick. Chapter 1209. After Yang Kai took out the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence and the millstone-sized fire crystal stone one after another, the four heaven-battling union cultivators could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether the fire crystal stone was real or not, the brilliant fire crystal essence was definitely real. For a time, greed filled the hearts of the four heaven-battling union cultivators, and they already regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in their hearts. Casually taking out two priceless treasures, who knew what other good things he had in his space ring? Perhaps there really was a Lu Yin flying fire. Kill him, they had to kill him, then grab his ring and carefully examine it. As long as they could grab this cultivator's ring, they would no longer have to worry about cultivation for the rest of their lives. What else? The corners of the middle-aged man's eyes twitched. Although his heart was also full of desire and possessiveness, he was much better than the other three who wore their thoughts on their faces. At the very least, he looked calm. Only his trembling voice betrayed the excitement in his heart. There are also a dozen emerald silk grasses, one ancient profound tongue, 3 red blood fruits. Yang Kai took out one item after another from his space ring, and every time he took out an item, the eyes of the four heaven-battling union cultivators burned with desire. Although these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were not as valuable as the previous two, they were still quite valuable, especially the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. These were spirit medicines that every sect longed to obtain, and heaven-battling union was naturally no exception. These dozen or so emerald silk grasses could be exchanged for a huge amount of contribution points, and when the time came, they could ask the elders for a reasonable request. Right, there are also 9 Lu Yin flying fires, but it's not convenient to take them out, so you won't be able to see them even if I take them out. Yang Kai chuckled and revealed all his gains after entering the Lu Yin sandfield. Except for the colorless crystal that was absorbed by the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. Are there really Lu Yin flying fires? The monkey-faced man cried out in surprise. Yes, why would I lie to you? Didn't you see them just now? Yang Kai grinned. The expressions of the four people gradually became extremely strange. Everyone had an awkward look on their faces because the four brothers had worked together and spent 3 months in Lu Yan's desert, looking for treasures everywhere. They thought that they had a good harvest and were very happy, but compared to Yang Kai's harvest, it was like a difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even have 1% of his harvest. This made them somewhat embarrassed, and their gazes towards Yang Kai became more and more heated. "You liar!" The skinny man suddenly rolled his eyes and coldly shouted, "Boy, you've got guts, daring to deceive my brothers. Obediently give me your ring and I'll let you go." As he said this, he exchanged glances with the cultivator with a protruding mouth and a monkey-like chin. Then, they rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. In front of so many good things, he didn't want to waste any more words with Yang Kai, so he casually found an excuse to snatch them. Although these two people were arrogant and often bullied the weak, they were still elite cultivators of Heaven Battling Union. So even when facing Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King cultivator, they didn't show the slightest bit of carelessness. In the past 3 months, the four of them had done a lot of killing and robbing in Lu Yan's desert, so they naturally knew that although some people didn't look like much on the surface, in fact, they had some tricks up their sleeves. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't look normal at all. From beginning to end, he had a calm look on his face. They faintly felt that Yang Kai had some kind of trump card to rely on, so the moment they attacked, they condensed their Saint Chi to protect their bodies, each of them holding back their killing moves. They were on high alert, lest Yang Kai counterattacked and cause them any losses. The beardless middle-aged man and the fat cultivator stood in place without moving. Although the two of them had a strange feeling, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was deliberately luring their companions into action, with such precious treasures in front of them. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't stop their companions. Anyone who saw so many good things would be willing to take a risk. After all, these were treasures worth their lives. No matter how strong a first-order Saint King was, could he be stronger than Chu Changfeng? Even if Chu Changfeng was here, it would be impossible for him to deal with the four of them alone. So, while paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, they were ready to lend a hand at a moment's notice, lest the other party really had some kind of earth-shattering method. The thin cultivator and the monkey-faced one were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, wore a look of shock, as if he had just discovered that they were rushing towards him. Hurriedly putting back all the treasures he had taken out of his space ring, his flustered appearance greatly reducing the vigilance in the hearts of the two cultivators. Without any hesitation, they pushed their speed to the limit. But soon, they saw a faint smile appear on Yang Kai's face. The moment they saw this smile, the two of them realized that something was wrong. It was a smile of someone who had succeeded in their scheme, as if he had set up some kind of trap here long ago and was waiting for others to walk right into it. Even the look in the other party's eyes was filled with disdain and ridicule, so how could there be any trace of the previous fluster? In the next moment, the two third-order Saint Kings who were rushing towards Yang Kai suddenly stopped in their tracks, as if they had been blocked by an invisible wall. Two muffled groans rang out at the same time as the two third-order Saint Kings felt their bodies shrink, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe as their bodies twitched and their bones creaked out of place. When Yang Kai first entered this strange space, he had almost been unable to break free. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than an average cultivator's, so how could these two cultivators easily escape from this place? Although Yang Kai had been cultivating his space blade here for more than a month and had destroyed most of the viscous and dense space here, it was still possible for him to interfere with these two cultivators. As long as he had enough time, Yang Kai could easily kill them. As such, as soon as they rushed into this strange space, they had run out of luck. The two cultivators paled and their eyes filled with panic. Pushing the Saint Chi in their bodies with all their might, they finally managed to alleviate the heavy pressure around them. Just as they were about to retreat from this strange space, the middle-aged man's cry of alarm rang out from behind them. The two cultivators looked up and saw a palm slamming towards their heads. This space could hinder the movements of these two cultivators, but Yang Kai was like a fish in water here, completely unaffected. He had long since become accustomed to the dignified atmosphere of this place. Facing 4 third-order Saint Kings, one-on-one, or even two, Yang Kai wasn't the slightest bit afraid and was confident he could kill them all, but 4 of them were different. If he couldn't wipe them all out, and even one of them managed to escape, there would be no end to his troubles in the future. That was why Yang Kai had constantly exposed his gains. He wanted to use these incredibly valuable treasures to lure these 4 cultivators to snatch them away. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. This ancient truth was vividly illustrated by the performance of these 4 cultivators. No one could remain unmoved after seeing so many good things. Asterisk pong pong. Asterisk 2 explosive sounds rang out as the thin man trapped in this strange space, and the monkey-faced cultivator from heaven, battling union, burst into a bloody, missed the moment Yang Kai's palm slammed into their heads, leaving not even their bones behind. The 2 third-order Saint Kings died extremely aggrieved, not even having a chance to fight back as they were directly killed by Yang Kai. Inside the bloody mist, Yang Kai stood there with a cold aura as he stared coldly towards the remaining 2 cultivators, his malevolent aura soaring to the heavens like that of an ancient demon god. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai revealed his white fangs and stared maliciously at the remaining 2 heaven battling union cultivator. The fat man of the 2 remaining cultivators had just rushed out a few meters when he saw his fellow sect brother being killed. He immediately stopped and stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. The moment Yang Kai attacked just now, the Saint Chi fluctuations that surged from his body were indeed at the level of a first-order Saint King. Although it was quite good, it wasn't heaven-defying. The 2 palms he had sent out hadn't been very fast either, seemingly very casual. The fat man couldn't understand why his 2 fellow sect brothers had been killed without being able to put up any resistance. This was obviously illogical. There's something strange about him. There's probably some kind of barrier around him. The beardless middle-aged man's face was gloomy to the extreme. They had always been the ones to hunt wild geese, but today, they had been pecked in the eye by the wild geese, and now 2 of their fellow sect brothers had died. He was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Who else wants to check my space ring? The corners of Kai Yang's mouth curled upwards as he looked at the 2 indifferently. As he asked this question, he actually walked straight towards them. The fat man took a step back in horror, his face extremely dignified. The beardless middle-aged man also frowned. He had just said that there was some kind of barrier around Yang Kai, which was why he could easily kill his 2 fellow sect brothers, but now the other party had actually taken the initiative to attack. What was the meaning of this? Why was he so confident? The middle-aged man was a cautious person, so when he saw that the situation in front of him was beyond his comprehension, he didn't even think about it and immediately retreated while calling out to the fat man, "Let's go." Then, without looking back, he flew back towards the canyon. Unable to figure out the enemy's true strength, he didn't want to stay here and risk his life. He just wanted to pass on the news that this person had a precious treasure to his fellow sect brothers, and then gather more people to take revenge. It had to be said that his idea was correct and his approach was foolproof. The fat man, on the other hand, wasn't so shrewd. Although the middle-aged man had called out to him before leaving, the fat man was clearly very confident in his own strength, and had also been blinded by the good things in Yang Kai's ring. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards him, instead of being surprised, he was instead overjoyed. Immediately, his fat body began to emit a green light that surrounded him. Immediately, like a deflated balloon, the fat man's body shriveled up at a visible speed, turning into a thin man in the blink of an eye. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.